it's Jeffrey, not Wilfred. Jeffrey Clausen has put a lot of effort and a lot of work into this green. We've scarified 3 or 4 times in this last month to get a lot of grass off. We've scarified to try and take the swing off this one, 1A, because a lot of people complain that it's got a big swinger. So we've tried to rectify that a little bit. But our main thing is watering. We've had to put a lot of water.
You haven't had any rain, I think, for the last 2 or 3 months yet, if I've got it right.
That's correct, yeah. So we've been we've upped it to 30,000 litres per green per week. Yeah, once a week on a Monday we water. And I think that's one of the big factors that's helped us with. We've got water, so we can do that.
Chaps had a roll yesterday and they all complimented the greens. The speed seems to be up from last year. I think we've already clocked it at about 14 seconds, but it looks fantastic. And Jason Evans, our 6 times Master winner, SA Masters winner, actually made a reference that to the greens and the surroundings, that this actually reminds him of Augusta. This is the setting, the quality of the greens, the organisation of the tournament. So we're really looking forward to a great couple of days ahead of us. But well done. I'm sure that everybody's going to enjoy your greens.
And I hope everyone enjoys it, and maybe their big winner, new winner, will be interesting.
With the strength of the field, it'll certainly be a true champion.
No, that's for sure.
Thank you, Ian.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, a very good warm welcome to all our viewers out there to the 2025 World Bowls Tour qualifying event at this very picturesque Durbanville Bowling Club. Our first event that we're going to be screening is a singles event, and I'd like to call out welcome our first player out. He's a two-time Western Province Fours winner, a previous Western Province Masters winner, Herman Huisamen. Please come onto the green, Herman. Welcome. His opponent this morning is a 5 times BSA Masters winner, a multiple Commonwealth medalist, a World Bowls medalist. He's a player that's captivated fans over many years, a champion who carries himself with dignity and grace, an artist of the game, Mr. Gerry Baker. Welcome, Gerry.
Field is phenomenal, and I was discussing when I arrived here. I had a chat to a few of our boys from the JBA, one of them being Jason Evans, who's a 6-time South African Masters winner. And when somebody like that comes to you and says, Alan, this is the Augusta of bowls in South Africa, then you know it means something. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you very much, Alan. It's always a pleasure to be with you. It's a privilege, and yeah, looking forward to the next couple of days. As you rightly said, it's a quality field. I think 80% of the field is played provincial open and better. I think we've got something like 12 or 14 ex-international players in the field. You know, with the quality of the greens and the surroundings and the weather prediction, I think we're in for a great couple of days, no doubt.
Undoubtedly, it certainly looks like it, Johan. And anybody that's tuned in at the moment, I don't know what the numbers are. I'm sure Cole will let us know. And without Cole, we couldn't run this and give you the footage that you've got at the moment. Yeah, and the Cape Town Bowls, Talking Heads, fantastic job they do. They're now going all over the country and broadcasting major events, and the reason why is because I think they're the best. They do a fantastic job, and I'm sure the pictures are going to be fantastic. So if you're out there and you are watching, please share. Let's get the numbers up. For those of you who are in the office and can't work or can't be here, you're working, yeah, please share it so we can get the numbers.
Yes, Alan, Noel unfortunately notified me that the replay system won't be working over the next couple of days. They've had a bit of a glitch, but it'll be up and running for the Nationals. But we'll get by with that, no doubt.
All right, on to the first game on the rink, and what a game we've got for you. Gerry Baker. Wow, I mean, what can one say?
The evergreen, Gerry Baker.
Yeah, GOAT. Can we use that phrase? One of the greatest of all time, arguably. I mean, certainly up there. He's done it all.
As I said in my introduction, Noel, Alan, he's an artist of the game, and he's just so good to the eye to watch. You know, the delivery hasn't changed. It's still as smooth as ever, and he's still producing wins after wins. You know, he's
absolutely. I mean, he's still involved in the South African Masters.
He's just had a very good inter-district, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, we've got 2 skips from the inter-district that happened last week.
They actually played each other.
They played against each other. Yeah. So maybe Herman's looking for revenge. Of course, Herman Huisamen, skip of the Western Province inter-district side. I think he's now got that skip position for himself virtually sewed up. Done a fantastic job over the last few years. Lots of potential and relatively young. I heard somebody say to me there's a possibility he goes overseas. I hope for Western Province Bowls that's not the case.
The latest information I've received is that he's not going.
Good.
Not for the foreseeable future, Alan.
Good.
You know, he's a player. He's an exceptionally good drawer. He's not afraid to push the button and have a go, and he's fairly accurate. So, you know, if he comes here with his A game, Gerry's going to know all about him. It could be a good tussle between the two of them.
Well, if the trial ends or anything to go by, we're in for a corker here. And of course, Gerry won the competition last year, Johan, and unfortunately couldn't go. At the last minute, he had to withdraw due to ill health, which is a great pity. But our replacement in Colin Pickett did exceptionally well.
Absolutely. She had an extended stay due to her performances there, but I mean, that win against Mervyn King was sensational. I watched that game again just before I came through, and she really, really played well. Even a guy like Jason Parkinson mentioned the fact that she settled so nicely on that indoor rink, where we generally we battle with to be consistent with our weight there at Potter's Resort. She just took it to it like a duck to water. She was very consistent. Unlucky not to win that, to peel that second set. She was down 6-1 on the first set, won at 7-6, came back the second set. All she had to do was touch the jack by maybe a millimeter to peel the set to actually win it without going into tiebreaker. So it was really a sensational win.
Very unfortunate, yeah. Yeah, it was a pleasure watching it, because I know we'll harp on it and we'll speak about it from time to time. How do we get our players up and running and ready for that indoor? You've played on that, you know how difficult it is. And watching this year, it seemed to be more difficult, because even the locals from Potter's Resort were complaining about the surface. So
I played a little bit indifferent this year. And I believe it was due to the underlay that was replaced. But Colleen's win, it just proves again, Alan, that we've got the players.
It's possible.
We've got the players to go over there and win and hopefully break through as the PBA of South Africa gets stronger and the fields get stronger. I believe that not too far from now, we'll actually have one or two of our top players perhaps breaking through in the top 16. That's certainly the objective. So, Alan, as you've noticed, and viewers, the jack is what would you call that colour, Alan? Turquoisey blue.
Yeah, look,
jack.
I come from a printing industry background, so don't ask me colours, mate.
But it's a Taylor's manufactured jack.
Yeah, it's beautiful blue.
Anyway, the game is on its way, and Herman is elected to play the ditch hand, and he's played a very good opening bowl.
Yeah, and if you've got comments, please let us know. We obviously want to give you the best possible viewing, and not only from a picture but from a commentary point of view. And I don't mind if you've got something critical to say about Johan, please do it.
Thanks, Alan, and vice versa. For the viewers that want to know what type of bowls they're playing with, both players are playing with the Aero Groove.
Yeah, anybody out there who's a newish bowler, because I always get asked, what about a delivery, the perfect delivery, and I don't know, Johan. I've been around. I've seen some guys with absolutely weird deliveries, but they make it work because it's consistent. But if you are looking for a perfect delivery, look no further than Gerry Baker. I mean, it's so simple.
No doubt. As I said previously, with age, Gerry, I think, is 64 years of age. The delivery hasn't changed. It's silky smooth. It's taken a bit more line here. He'll be closer to that centre line with this bowl, but he's just come up short by 2 feet or so. Yes, Alan, if I may say, Gerry was devastated not to have made the trip to Potters. He really is looking forward to playing over there, and I'm sure you would have done well.
Absolutely. Looks slightly under the line. I think he's pushed his ball a little bit too far through.
Oh, Gerry holding the one.
Yeah.
Opportunity here to make it perhaps two.
Yeah, that looks like.
It's 2 shots, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Morning, Jared. Nice to hear from you, and nice to know that we've got somebody from down under in New Zealand that's watching this broadcast. Hope you enjoy it, mate, and keep in contact with us. Junaid Alcock. Morning, Junaid. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be some great bowls, mate. Jared Jacobs. Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to some good bowling, no question. Everything just looks so much better. We were maybe on occasions we were critical on the surface last year, and the fact that the one was a swinger and the other one was a little bit tight, but I don't think there's going to be much complaint this year. What a good start from Gerry. The marker is Derek Kiley. Corrected me earlier this morning. I said Keeley. He said no, Derek Kiley, like Kylie Malogue. I think he can actually hear me.
Gerry's hit the centre line with his first bowl, and we had a quite little chat yesterday, last night, and we just generally having a general chat about what makes a good player from a great player, and hitting that centre line is so important, as opposed to a jack high bowl at a very high level that becomes fodder.
Sure.
To players. So, and as you can see, Gerry's hit that centre line with his opening 2 bowls, so he settled very quickly, and I think Herman's going to have a hard time against Gerry here. Very good reply from Herman.
Measure. Yeah. I think the one difference we will find from this year, just from watching the first couple of ends, Johan, is that there won't be that much of a difference if they switch. They switch from forehand to backhand, where I think last year it was trickier.
I agree, and you're quite right, Alan. As you can see, Gerry's done that already. He's chopped and changed his hands. He started on his backhand on the very first end, and on this particular end, he's already played both hands, and he's played them comfortably. He's found the line. Gerry will be looking just to slip through, give himself a bit of a protection at the back.
It's another brilliant ball. Certainly found his weight very quickly. It's indicating 1 shot from Derek. Herman looks like he's going to stay on the draw.
He just missed his line, Alan.
Come back, eh?
Weight's very good.
Yeah. So Johan, we met how long ago? 3 weeks ago when we had the meeting here? A month ago? When you mentioned about trying to get it outside the broadcast area, outside in the gazebo, and well done, mate.
Certainly an improvement. Less traffic.
Yeah.
I certainly hope we're not too much in the ears of the players, which sometimes becomes problematic.
They'll have to let us know. They'll have to let us know. I mean,
we'll have to keep Nick rustling out of the commentary box for a while.
Yeah. Don't adjust your sound when Nick comes on.
So Alan, the PBA of South Africa has really grown substantially over the last couple of months, 14, 16 months. As you know, they've had 11 affiliated events throughout South Africa, which constitutes to an additional 300-400 members. And I think these affiliated events will grow even more. That's certainly the objective of the sponsors, Fair Tree Investments. And may I take the opportunity again to thank our sponsors. This event will not be possible without Fair Tree Investments. I believe we guaranteed for a substantial sponsorship over the next 3 years at least. Yes, and what a privilege it is to have such a energetic, passionate, sponsor like the Fair Tree Group.
Now, their commitment to the game over the last, as you say, year, 2 years, going back when they first started 3 years ago, thanks to you. You can tell us a little bit about that, how that all came about. But that their sponsorship and their commitment to the game is phenomenal at all levels. I mean, they're involved with Bowl South Africa also. You can maybe fill us in a little bit more about that.
Well, they are now the official clothing sponsors of Bowl South Africa, so they'll be kitting out players, officials, executives, etc., which is exciting. And as you can see, based on the shirts that we were given, it's quality clothing. Alan, what do you think of the new outfits?
I love it.
Playing shirts.
Yeah, look, I doubted it until I put it on. You know, when I looked around and I saw everybody else, but once I put it on, it looked fantastic.
Super slim cut, is it, Alan?
Yeah, I was going to give one to Cole, but I think he'll drown in it. Gerry's hit his straps very quickly. On Facebook, you've actually, if you go into it, you'll see the draw for the singles, and then later on in the week the pairs. This section 4 is Gerry Baker, Herman Huisamen, young Ryan Tritter, and Edmund Else. Another very good bowler from Gerry.
Yes, Alan, and there's been a slight change in the prize money. The first prize for the singles winner still to go and participate at the Potters Resort at the World Indoor Championships. The runner-up will go to the Scottish. Air tickets, accommodation paid for, and the pairs winner would also be going to the Potters Resort. But in addition to that, there's quite a bit of money available on offer to the players. Not 100% sure of the breakdown, but for starters, winning your section in the singles section winner will receive R1,000, and then from there onwards it goes up. I think total prize money over and above the trip to Potters is in the region of about R60,000. I stand to be corrected. It's a great first prize, Alan.
Yeah, I think we'll give an opportunity at some stage for Lombard to just come and confirm that. He can offer him a few minutes on the mic. I think he deserves it. Then he can give us a breakdown. I know he did a little podcast the other day, which was very interesting to hear the changes and how much this tournament has just been elevated to another level. So
just to refresh the playing conditions to our viewers out there. It's 2 sets of 9 ends.
Correct.
And in the event of a tie of the 1 each per set, they will go into a 3-end tiebreaker where the ends count, not the shots. You know, Alan, the start of Gerry reminds me of the game in the Masters against Jason Evans, where he started absolutely electrifying with his weight, and then unfortunately things changed, and Jason managed to get up, beating Gerry in that Masters game.
Yeah, you watch something like that and you wonder how, why. You know, he was so in control of that game and let it slip.
From the start, he was just deadly.
Yeah. Look at this. Outstanding. There was a shot because of the situation in that section in the Masters where I don't think Gerry could give up more than a certain amount of shots.
I think it was 11 or 12.
11 or 12,
yes,
yeah. And maybe sometime that plays on your mind.
Absolutely.
You know?
Gerry's the one down. He'll possibly look just to sit the bowl.
Once again, no problem in changing to his forehand. It's a little bit more positive here, I think, reaching it.
Quite a bit of weight here.
Okay, keep those comments coming in, please. I see we've got people rooting for Herman and people rooting for Gerry, and fair enough. I'd also like to get some sort of feedback as to the picture, the quality of the picture and the commentary. Be it good or bad, let us know. If everything's perfect, give us a thumbs up.
Sure. I think Herman might still be lying the shot.
There's an opportunity for Herman to get on the board.
I think he was trying too hard there.
No, his weight was pretty good, but he had to err on the wide side. He didn't want to turn Gerry's bowl in. Get on the board and...
as you alluded to, it was important to get on the board.
Take control of that mat and the jack, white ball, and change the length, do something different.
The set format is it's always interesting, Alan. You could lose the first set not playing well, and you've still got a chance to actually bounce back, grab the second set, and then go into a tiebreaker, which is anybody's game.
Correct. Look, I think it's the ideal format for television. I know there's an old school that still likes the old 21 shot, first to 21, but to me, this gives you a chance, and you know exactly what the format is when you go into it. So don't lose the first set and then by plenty win the next set by 1, and then the person that loses says that's not fair, but that's the format. You know that before you start playing, so
And I think, Alan, you might agree with me at SA Masters level, they've gone back to the first to 21 shots,
Yeah.
which I think is the right move forward. At that sort of level,
Sure.
reminds me of Test cricket, 5-day Test cricket. It's the real deal.
Yeah. I think we pretty much follow what they do overseas, don't? And that's the reason why we do it this way. Potters is also based on sets.
Very much so, and so is the BPL in Australia. The amount of ends is actually shorter. I think it's five ends as opposed to 7 or 9.
I think the whole idea is to try and speed the game up for viewership, isn't it?
Gerry will be looking at settling his weight on this particular length. It's pretty close. He's absolutely nailed it.
Great bowl.
You happy with that?
Roy Peters. You'll never walk alone, mate. I think that's giving it away, but I agree with you. Paul White says good morning, Johan.
Morning, Paul. Wish you were here, mate. He's played a cracker.
That's a good response. And that's what you've got to do at this level. Keep turning it around, keeping the pressure up.
Yeah, he's got a nice shot here. The bowl's good, the jack's good. He's got a good receiver. Certainly got the weight. Is he going to hold? Good effort.
Good effort.
Right, so after 5 ends, Gerry Baker leads 4 shots to 2.
Paul Turner reaching us from Suffolk in UK. Welcome, Paul. Nora Vilikazi, commentary and video good. Thank you for the live streaming. We appreciate you all. It's a pleasure, Leonora. Zakating saying that this is the exposure we need for bowls. Well, that's good to hear. Thanks very much, Isak.
So just for our viewers out there, the green speed is clocking at about 14 seconds. There's a slight northeaster wind. It's not really affecting the bowls or the plane in any way. There's a little bit of rain predicted from about 4 o'clock onwards, and then rain tonight. But I think we'll be pretty okay for the duration of the day.
Let's hope so.
Absolutely, Alan.
Yeah. Always very difficult to predict weather. At least then, doesn't look like we're going to have the wind that got stuck into the veterans' IDs
so.
Last week. It was
Umbrellas and mats were flying at the Glen.
Everything. Very unfortunate. Spectacular club, right on the Atlantic. But when the wind does get up, and don't have a go at me, Grant, if you are on the air, it's Grant Rightford. I really I always have appreciated Glen Country Club.
Must be one of the best in the world on a wind-still day. It's just something fantastic. I had the privilege of playing for the Glen League for a couple of years. Always an absolute delight.
It's not a criticism, but the wind gets up there, you're going to feel it at the Glen a little bit more than you feel it elsewhere. So it was unfortunate. Just not going to make the trip. Very good line though.
Both players just searching for better weight on the sort of length L.
Yeah.
Mats up maybe 2 yards.
You can always tell the pace is good, because if you watch them on the mat, they're doing very little to get it to a full end here. It's just stroking it away.
There's quite a bit of room here for Herman. I think he's quite good here. A little touch on the jack will be good for him. Yeah. Holds 2. Gerry's got a shot here on his backhand. Sit the bowl, touch on the jack's good. Certainly won't be short, Alan.
Definitely not.
I think he's pretty close. Staring it down. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, you could see from Gerry's body language. I mean, to go so close, to get a piece of the jack and then not get a result. Very unfortunate.
So Herman Huisamen has tied up this game after 6 ends at 4-all.
At the moment, the sun's trying its best to burn this little bit of cloud cover we've got, so it's nice and warm out there, I should think.
Feels certainly a little humid, but I mean the conditions are absolutely perfect for bowls.
Well, the high standards that Gerry sets, he won't be too happy with that.
Absolutely.
What is Herman's adjustment like? Is he overcorrected?
Slightly under on the line. Come up 2 feet short.
That looks better.
How's the pace looking, Alan? If anything, a bit quick.
Yeah.
This will be a bit quick here, Alan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just slipping through a couple of yards.
Yeah, it's
Right.
amazing.
Lots of room here for Gerry. Won't be surprised if he nails the next one. Certainly got the line.
I think you called it, Johan.
Is he up though? Not quite.
No. Looks good. He's going to make it. Should be enough. Some shots. Gerry doing the right thing. Go and have a look at the head. Slow things down a bit.
Well, he needs a foot on his last ball, Alan. That'll be good enough to give him a shot. Just looking at the singles field, Alan, it's wonderful to see some players. See Wayne Perry's back playing big bowls again. Played third for Nick Shaben-Gurik in the BGN side. Acquitted himself exceptionally well. Jason Evans, 6 times SA Masters win in Section 9. Got Esme Kruger, gold medalist at the Ladies Open Masters. of course, Wayne Roberts, world number 4.
Yep.
What a pleasure to have Wayne here.
Good to have him back. Oh, Gerry's running. Did you expect that?
No. Maybe he got rid of a bit of frustration there, Al.
Yeah, you look at...
Section 3, you've got the evergreen Colleen Pickett. Section 8, you've got the recent SA Vets Masters winner Kevin Smith. Wasn't that just exciting?
Fantastic.
Player from nowhere come out there and
Yeah.
snatch that title.
Yeah, I think I think the rest of South Africa would have said he's come out of nowhere, but certainly Kevin has built up quite a reputation here in Western Province. He's got a fantastic record. I don't know, sometimes
Nice guy.
lovely guy.
Good sporting background. I believe he played off a scratch. Still does.
Yeah.
So he certainly has got a good sporting mind.
Didn't take him too long to settle into the game of bowls, and that's because he comes from that sporting background. And look, we've got this policy, I think, I don't know if it's a written or an unwritten policy about 60-year-olds not making the open side, and I think somebody of Kevin Smith's ability still has the, he can still play open as far as I'm concerned. Another one that I would think falls into that category is Peter Harvey.
I believe he was excellent at the recent inter-districts, the B inter-districts. He was in the Vet Masters.
He played B last year.
Yeah.
But that decision already started last year with him being in the B.
In the Bs, yeah.
So I mean, he's got a 2-year record in province singles where he lost in the final. I watched the game. It was actually on rink number 2, right next to where they're playing now. And Stefan couldn't beat him. And I think Stefan, in fairness, would say he was trying to draw, and he picked the white ball up clean with 2 meters of running. So Peter lost that one, and the next year he bounced back and he won it. So trying to look for the section of death, as they say, in this 16 section field, because there's always one. I mean, if you have a look at section 14, Johan, you've got Esme, Kruger, Tyler Pitcher, Neil Burkett, Miles Norman.
Yes, we got the great Neil Burkett, the legendary Neil Burkett, making his debut here in Durbanville at our qualifying event. It'd be great to have Neil here.
Great shot. Definitely intentional to reach the head. Got the ball perfect.
It's a great shot. I think he's holding 3. Can Herman cut it down? Certainly on a good track. It's close. He's running after it. It just slips through.
Oh dear.
Great second shot though.
What a great try. Oh, he likes it. Yep. Gerry coming down to have a look. It's always really difficult. I've learned from the great Jason Parkinson to try and have
Call
a
it
look.
from behind the jack.
Yeah.
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think you might agree with me, the danger Gerry's got here is playing with weight to sit the ball. If he hasn't got a back ball, if he finds the jack and it goes wrong, he can drop more. So interesting to see what he plays. Obviously it also depends on who's lying shot, what he thinks. He's asked the marker to have a good look for him. So it's obviously quite close. Ian reckons it's down to Gerry.
I don't think Gerry's too happy with that call. Certainly from where I'm sitting it looks like Gerry's shot, but
It
as
does.
you say, camera angles can deceive.
the shots on Gerry's backhand, if the angle is right, slipping the front bowl, I think it could be the bit of an obstacle.
Yeah, that short bowl of Herman's might be putting him off, but he's opted to play the hand. Going to try and come around that ball. I think Gerry feels he's lying the shot here.
Pretty close. The weight's good.
Oh, he's
Is
close.
he up?
Not going to make it.
Just for a foot or two.
Yeah.
Great effort.
Just drop that ball, please.
Gerry just asking Derek Kiley to prop the ball. Normally when I ask for them to prop it, I say just push it a little bit harder. That's my ball. Don't hold back.
Measure here.
Very
For
important.
both players, it's either 7-4 down for Gerry, or it's
6-5.
or 6-5 with an end to go.
Yep.
Eagle eye, Alan Lofthouse.
No. Listen, I'll take that one because I'm bound to get a few wrong.
Well done, Alan. Right, so after 8 ends, Herman Huisamen is leading 6 shots to 5.
One end shootout.
Gerry's opted to take the mat way up.
Yeah. Colin Dietrich saying once again, Noel and team doing a great job with coverage and commentary. Thanks for that. It's nice to know.
I think all great players, Alan, have got a sort of a get out of a great, length that they sort of back to get them out of pressure situations like this.
Yeah, I just wonder because I see the some of the new breed of bowlers, the youngsters. This game starts off and within an end or two they're taking the mat up, and I say, well, you're giving away. Why do it so early? Because that's always something good to fall back on.
Gerry at the recent SA Masters in a situation like this also, I think it was the game against Josh Turner, if I'm not mistaken, took the mat up and had a run at the jack.
Yeah.
And he got it.
Yeah. Won him the game. He didn't get it as clean as he would have wanted, but it was good enough to win the game. And of course we go down to our club the next week, and young Luke Ellis is playing against Cole Marshall.
Exactly.
And of course that's Luke is up 20 shots to 17, takes the mat up, throws it to the 2 meter perfectly and tries to sink the white but misses. So everybody afterwards said, well, that's not the right thing to do. I said, no, the problem is not his first ball.
Yeah.
The problem was his second, third and fourth ball. He didn't get it close enough. He had meter and a half to draw second shot. At 2017, you give away one. But to drop a 4.
Absolutely, Alan. But how often does players opt to play a certain shot that doesn't come off, and then all of a sudden it becomes the wrong shot? Not
Absolutely.
the wrong shot. It's just the
The
result's
execution.
not there. The execution,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, that's a solid opening 3 balls from Gerry. Herman will be feeling the pressure here.
Yeah.
There's only about 3 inches between the bowl and the jack.
Seeking suspicion he might run this. Okay, I got it wrong. Stop making predictions, Alan.
Well, he certainly isn't
Close.
short. Is he going to hold? Good
Good
effort.
try. Does Gerry cover the play's backhand and try and cover Herman's last ball?
Gerry just checking with Derek what the ruling is about the respotting. in the event of a burn, it goes to the 2 meter mark.
Correct. The only time it doesn't, I think, is on the last end of a 3-end tiebreaker, where I think you can actually opt to kill the end.
Kill 100%.
Yeah.
I think Gerry's two options are either to get close to the 2 meter mark, or play a sort of a blocker.
Yeah, with it being spotted, I don't think it makes much difference. Playing a positional bowl round about where Derek is standing at the moment, the marker.
Yeah, you can only nominate it in the trial ends.
Yeah.
He'll be playing a similar sort of a shot. Looking for a bit more line as per the last bowl. He's
Asking it to
just
bend.
missing it on the wide side.
Yeah.
Oh, Gerry will be quite happy with the way things have turned out in the first set. He started quite well. Herman came back quite well in that set. A couple of loose bowls, and Gerry's put it together.
So the first set goes to Gerry Baker. Let's see if Herman can bounce back. Of course, also this the shot count in the sets is important. So it's not a case of you declare bowls. If you can draw an extra shot, you've got to try and do it, Johan. Because if it comes to all square at the end of the round robin, whoever's got the better shot aggregate goes through.
Absolutely. So just for the information to our viewers, the next session is off at 11 o'clock, and it's a singles game between South Africa's international player Anneke Scheepers, and she'll be up against Peter Harvey.
My clubmate.
So Alan, give us your prediction for that game.
Well, I can't
The
say.
Anneke Scheepers Peter Harvey game.
I've got to call Peter Harvey. How can I call against my clubmate? Look, it's going to be extremely difficult for him, and Anneke Scheepers as well.
World class.
World class bowler.
And then Alan, just for our viewers, session 3 at 1:15 is the world number 4 Wayne Roberts, and he'll be up against the very exciting Western Province player Armand Ascaray, who had a wonderful inter-districts.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think Armand has, I think, grown immensely in the last season. I think as a youngster, as we all tended to be, was a little headstrong. And I think he's settled down, and I think his bowls are showing it.
He's still very young. I mean, at 22 years of age,
yeah.
what were we up to at that age?
Certainly not playing bowls.
Not playing bowls.
No.
And then for our viewers, our session 4 at 3:15 is Esme Kruger against the legendary Neil Burkett.
Wow.
What a game.
Everyone's a cracker. Every game is tough to call. I mean, you would expect Wayne to have the better of Armand. And Esme and Neil, I don't know. That's a real tough call.
Wayne Roberts obviously didn't play in the inter-districts. Wasn't chosen due to perhaps immigrating. I had a quick chat to Wayne yesterday and asked him how well he is prepared. Does he think the lack of game time will affect his game? And he said, Jan, maybe not, but he's put in a lot of practice time, and watching him roll up yesterday afternoon,
he'll be okay.
He was fantastic.
Yeah.
Rhythm is there. Looking forward to seeing Wayne play.
Herman having a run here.
He's just
He's punted on the 2 meters.
Derek, which one's the toucher?
Out to France anyway.
You said which spot, don't you?
Yeah. No, that's right.
blue lines.
I can't see if there's
Honestly,
a bowl in the ditch.
sorry, the side cover's in our way.
Yeah, I can't even see if there must be a bowl in the ditch.
Gerry's asking for the mat, so 3 to
Three
Gerry
to Gerry,
Baker.
Yeah, so Herman was obviously looking to get it in the ditch and not for it to be burnt.
And his bowl went out of bounds.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing, Johan, is that if that is how it ends up, that you're dropping a 3 on the drive, then you don't drive.
Absolutely.
Surely, I mean, you
Can't agree with you more.
give away a big number like that. I mean, you've got to look at all possibilities. What if?
Well, you don't want to start off a set dropping a 3. You know, you're sort of chasing. I think as if Gerry picks up a 1 or 2, he's on his bicycle.
Yeah.
Not the ideal start by any means.
Just as an observation, Johan, played one set into the second end of the second set. Do you think that they're scratching a little bit more in the direction they're playing in compared to coming towards us? Heads seem to be a little bit looser.
Looser,
going away.
100%. Yeah. Good observation, Alan. Yeah. Gerry's, with his first opening 3 bowls, hasn't quite hit that line.
No.
Hasn't got back to that centre line.
In the first set, he had that run where say there must be something that's that must be. Yeah. One to Herman. Gerry going to run again? No. Playing a little bit positive here to try and get nothing. I mean, that just shows that there's a little bit of lack of confidence in playing in that direction. Obviously, that's something you may take up with whoever wins it, because you're only going to interview the winner.
The winner,
after,
absolutely.
Another shot to Armand.
Well, that's nicely played,
Well
Armand.
played. Yeah. Gave away that 3, unfortunately bounced back and closes that gap. As you said earlier on, you don't want to drop another number and then all of a sudden you fall 5 shots down and the set gets away from you. I think Herman is virtually playing it from 2 meter to 2 meter, yeah?
So the other 2 players in Gerry's section is Ryan Truter, youngster, fairly inexperienced, but I believe tremendous amount of potential. And then Edmund Else. How much do you know of Edmund Else, Alan?
Absolutely nothing. Sorry. But I can actually have a look at, because they've given us details here, so let me just have a quick look, see if I can find and see if it's the record he's got. Is I think that within this competition they do leave spots open for guys that are members and maybe aren't in the same caliber, and I'm not being disrespectful, please, but so when they open it up to qualifying events like classics and things like that, you do get some people that make it through, which I think is good.
Absolutely.
Leaves it open for anybody to participate.
Yeah, as per the comments last night from the sponsors, they would like to go wider with the competition, make it more representative throughout South Africa.
There we go. He actually plays out of Herman's Bowling Club. And he's the club novice champion. So
Okay.
he's brand new to the game. Irrespective of what happens to him, this tournament he's going to learn a hell of a lot.
Absolutely. Gerry's quite close here. Oh, great effort. Herman's got a good chance here sitting the deck high bowl of Gerry's to make it 3.
Doesn't like it.
Is he going to come back? Just slightly wide. Little squeeze on the jack here for Gerry will be welcome.
All you got to do is look at Gerry's face and tells the story. He's not 100% sure.
His short bowl might be a small problem.
If he does drift past it and get onto Herman's shot bowl, that white ball, or the blue, is going to move in his direction. So
Certainly, as per the camera angle, it seems like there is a line on Gerry's backhand to get to the ball. No, he's on his backhand.
I think he'll look to touch Herman's shot bowl here. Steering it down.
Yes,
Good weight for the job.
fantastic. Slightly under on the line.
Score goes to 4-3 to Herman.
Then you've got Andrew Sturley and Desi here, Desi Rosenblatt from Eastern Province. Great to have them here,
Great.
making their debut.
Yeah.
So Andrew's in the same section as last year's runner-up Wayne York.
Warren Stein is back for his third attempt. Regular visitor from the start.
He's become one of the stars of the PBA. He's done exceptionally well,
Very good.
both in the pairs and the singles. And then section 5, Kevin Douglas, Petula Fortuin, Mark Bevis, Telenor, cycling section.
That is a good one. Tough to call.
Yeah.
Apparently,
No problem.
apparently Kevin Douglas, from what feedback that I got back from the inter-districts, had an outstanding tournament.
Indeed. And a very good team member. Always very positive. Alan, and then in section 6, Wayne Roberts. He's got Lydia Maritz, always going to give you a game. Armand Ascaray, we've spoken about him. And then there's a chap here called Louis Buerta. That's the son of Fred Buerta that won the pairs event last year.
Okay.
As a matter of interest, he's a professional tennis coach. He was one of South Africa's leading junior tennis players and a very capable bowler. Section 7, you've got Warren Stein, Roger Boulay from Port Natal's in that section. Roger had a very good inter-provincials, probably one of the better leads from the Port Natal area.
Great ball from Herman. He's line 2 at the moment. Yep.
Gerry will be probably tempted to go to his backhand, rest the bowls.
Will he get back? Will he get back? No.
Alan, it doesn't seem like we're getting to the bowlers' ears, because that could be off-putting for them to hear what the commentators think is the shots order to play.
Sure. I haven't seen anyone turn around and have a look at us.
We're about 3-4 meters wide of the centre line, so I think we're fine.
That's another question you might want to ask, Johan, when you do the post-match.
Absolutely.
Just ask them if we are.
Yeah.
They can hear us in our comments, because obviously we'll have to hold back on that.
Herman will be disappointed with his last ball, Alan. He had an opportunity to sit the jack, get in the way of Gerry, forcing him to do something different.
Yeah.
While playing it wide, he's kept the door open for Gerry. Gerry will be looking at correcting his line and his weight as per his last ball.
He's not short.
He's a little bit more direct.
Yeah.
He's close to the jack.
He's got it.
Uh,
That's not good. That's not good. I know the feeling. That's extremely unlucky.
Herman seems to think he's holding one shot, waiting for confirmation from the marker. Yeah, Gerry's conceded. Looks like 1 to Herman. So Herman Huisamen takes a 5-3 lead after 4.
On results like that, the game could turn.
Alan, and then section 2, you've got Tinus Ulofse, who had an outstanding interprovincial. In his section, he's got Gillian Young. She's been to the Potters Resort. Good young player from the Boerland area. And then a chap called Johannes van der Walt, who will be leading for Gerry later in the pairs.
Yeah.
Apparently, he also had a very, very good interprovincials. Bright future. And then Alan Lai, also known as Chun Lung,
who's come down from Gauteng North.
Absolutely.
To join Durbanville Bowling Club. So he's going to be a good acquisition for Western Province Bowls. Gerry looking good, yeah. Run it. Not quite. Looks like a very good rodeo, Johan. Can he hold? Okay, it's another. Gerry seems to have lost a bit of confidence here. Going for a bowl like that and not sort of adjusting to his first bowl on the draw.
All he needed was a foot on his first.
Correct.
Very surprising. Weight was good. Might have sold it. Still 2 down. 2 to Herman. Just a nice positive draw on his backhand, doing his bowl. He's playing with more weight again. He's going to slip away again.
Gets a result here. Yeah. I think he'll realise that's a bit fortunate. but you take it. As unlucky he was on the last head, that was a little bit fortunate.
Well, it's the nature of this game, isn't it, Alan? Gives and it
Absolutely.
takes, eh? It's a great equaliser.
Yeah, I wouldn't classify that as luck because he was very close. And I know there are a lot of people over the years and say there's a lot of luck in this game, but not at this level, I don't believe. You're going to make the trip. He's very good
he
if
up?
he does. He makes the trip.
Oh, what a road, Gerry.
I think it's another one. Three.
No, Alan, I don't think so. What's 2 out, is it?
Yeah.
Gerry will be quite happy with whether it's 2 or 3 just to get back into the set.
Absolutely. 2 takes him to peel,
Yeah.
and 3 puts him 1 ahead. On the rink next door here, we've got young Ryan Tritter playing, and he must be playing against Edmund Else from Armand. Yeah. Let's wait and see what Derek will show us how many
I
shots
think
that
it was
is.
3.
2.
No, 2.
2. Yeah, peels.
Peels. So after 5 ends, it's 5 all. Gerry's got the mat up again. Thrown it to the tee. Really good start from Gerry. As you quite rightly said, playing away from the commentary box, they've not been as accurate.
Definitely not.
Gerry will be quite happy with his
I think both of
opening
them
bowl.
will. Well, Herman's run through a little bit, but rather there than short.
Oh, it's a good bowl from
Yeah.
Gerry.
Well, you'll know, Johan, the amount of singles that you played, that how important that first bowl is. Eh?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Alan.
if you get that feel for the first bowl, the chances are your other 3 are going to go pretty close. If you scratch with the first one, you're hunting. Well bowled, Herman.
It's a great shot.
Thunderous applaud from the relatively small crowd at the moment. Let's hope that builds up over the day. And over the weekend, I'm sure we're going to get a much bigger crowd watching.
Yes, Alan, just to get back to your first bowl, it's I think I mentioned it at last year's commentary, during last year's commentary, that one can learn from comments like from Alex Marshall. Oh, that's a great shot from Gerry. Great reply.
Great shot.
Well, no, our first bowl is important, but he made mention in his game against Stuart Anderson that he knew that his first bowl was that important to actually lay the shot. Buy the shot after his first bowl, and You know, that's a different mindset to saying, oh, what a great shot. This has been a very exciting end.
Yeah.
Different mindset of the difference between saying my first bowl is important as to I've got to ensure to lay the shot after my first bowl.
See if Herman can draw a bonus here. I don't know if that back bowl from of Herman's near the number is also in the count.
There's certainly a lot of room for another.
Pushed out a bit wide.
Oh, Gerry could be 3 down. Three of these, Alan. That's
yeah, that's
a big swing in the set.
That's a big count.
Big count in the
That's
set.
a big count. 3 ends to play, 3 shot diff. I think it's imperative Gerry picks up on this end. Just run through a couple of feet. Not a bad opener. Gonna make the trip, Gerry. Gets inside, he's good. Oh, it's... That's another. 2 shots to Gerry. Herman switching to his backhand. Gerry says, I found my weight with the first 2 bowls, so I'll stick on that hand.
Well, he was kindly assisted with his first.
Oh, he was. But his line was good. Just didn't have the weight with the first one. Won't be happy with that. 3 shots.
Gerry's holding 3. Big bowl for Herman, yeah?
Very big. Playing with a bit of feeling, yeah? Gerry's still lying 2. Okay.
Gerry's got a bit of room, yeah, to try and equal the set. It's on a good line. He's played it well.
Definitely 2 and a measure for
2
the
and a
third. Yeah. This could bring him back to even Stevens.
Two it is.
Yeah.
So So after 7 ends, Herman leads 8 shots to 7. Game on. So Alan walking around the great futuristic Durbanville Bowling Club, have made some changes. The PBA bowls shop looks fantastic.
Yeah.
The new Bry area,
Unbelievable.
the extension, it's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see that Durbanville Bowling Club are keeping up with Constantia, with all the changes we're making. They've obviously been to our club and seen the amount of changes President Billy G has done to our club, so they realise they've got to keep.
And is it equally tough to win your singles as opposed to Durbanville Bowls Club singles? How many members have you got?
Look, we've got 200, just under 200 members. That's non-playing included. But our singles draw must be. We haven't got more than about 20 people entering. But we've opened it up. We used to have an age restriction, so in other words, if you were over 60, you couldn't play open. But we've opened that up again because the field got smaller and smaller. I watched Peter Harvey getting knocked out of our club singles in the quarterfinals. Too young, not young. I was thinking of Dan Vaughan, but he lost to John Painter, who's had a fantastic season. Great league season, and he beat Peter 21-17.
So you won't be happy with his opening 2 bowls? He lost his first bowl in the ditch and second bowl yard 3. Not the ideal start.
You think his first bowl was an intentional attempt to sink the white?
I'm not sure. My eyes weren't locked on his first bowl, so I'm not... possibly, Alan.
Could be.
Yeah, good enough for a shot. He's wide on the line, is he?
Too heavy.
Now back to the club. Our competition secretary of this particular event, Bresler van Schoor, he managed to win the Durbanville singles. Quite sure he played in the final, Alan, do you know?
No.
Oh, Gerry's got a chance here to draw another.
His weight's good, he's close. Could be 2.
I think it's 2, Alan, no doubt. It's 2, but there's an opportunity for Herman. Touch on the jack.
Yeah, if he's looking to take this into tiebreakers, he needs to play a big ball here. Changing his hand. Playing with weight. Not going to come back.
That sort of weight, that was a little bit odd. Gerry had a back bowl on the far left. I would have thought the shots on the back end, he's got the bowls to ride off. A foot over on the weight makes 3.
Yeah. It can only be that they are not that confident playing in that direction on the draw. I mean, the way Gerry's 2 bowls finished up, I'm sure he let them go and thought he was good, and it just didn't come back.
Gerry takes the lead, 9 shots to 8. Appeal will be good enough.
Appeal's good enough for Gerry. Herman needs 2.
What do you say, Alan? Is he going to try and ditch it with his first bowl? Yes, no?
I'll tell you once he lets it go. Yeah, he's asking.
He's asking how far is he off the 2 meter mark.
He would have preferred it. I think they're concerned about the
length.
23 meter. Yeah.
Long measure, please.
Yeah, I think he'll be bitterly disappointed if he's thrown the jack short here, because I think you're right. I think he would have put it on the 2 meter mark and run the white. Yeah, Mally, you want to know, is this the 6th end, or have they played the 6 ends? I'm sure you're going back a few minutes ago. If you see the number of the ends on the board, then they've actually completed those ends. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, Keith, thanks for that comment about the commentary. Where can we download the draws? I think if you go onto Facebook, you should be able to pick up. I know I saw a lot of information from the PBA. So you either go onto YouTube and type in there Cape Town Bowls Talking Heads or PBA of South Africa, and I'm sure you'll get the draw.
Gerry added that yard or so, not quite.
Good ball, yeah.
Yeah, it's good with the weight, yeah. That's two good opening bowls from Herman.
Gerry playing with the attacking weight here. Gets the white ball. Got the bowl. Herman still holds the one.
Well, this is a big bowl for Herman.
Very big. One is not good enough.
He needs to draw another.
Yeah.
He's not too far off, is he?
Gets inside. No. All right.
What shot do you think he's going to play? One that comes to mind would be to play through the head to get a good back bowl in case Herman plays with weight, picks the jack up for 2.
I think I've just turned the sound off.
back on.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I just stood up and stepped on a cord. Well, this
They
is...
call it Alan.
yeah.
I think he'll be playing for the jack.
Yeah.
On his forehand, perhaps. Yeah.
Drawing it.
Opting for the draw. Not a bad choice. Very close. Very close.
And I'm afraid that's it for Herman. So Gerry wins the first set and peels the second set and goes through in that game. And I'm sure Johan's going to make his way onto the green now. So there might just be a little bit of a break in commentary before Johan has a chat to Gerry. So don't go away, everybody. As Johan was saying earlier on, the next game is should be another great game of bowls between Anneke, Scheepers and Peter Harvey. So, and that game starts at 11 o'clock, which is in a half an hour. So please don't go away and join us at 11 o'clock.
How did you find things out there, pal?
Yeah, I started off good, and I felt comfortable, and then he went slightly shorter, and then we were scratching, so it was a little bit of everything.
Yeah, Gerry, the green conditions, speed looks very good.
Outstanding.
Line's good.
Outstanding. If you can't play well, yeah, I mean, there's no excuses. It's like really fantastic.
For some reason, you were finding your line a bit better coming back to the commentary box as opposed to going up.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, a big swing down here, right? After it gets to 2/3, a like big swing. You're expecting the same sort of turn there. It's not turning.
Yeah.
So it was tight going up and swinging coming down. You had to really think about it.
And a very unlucky result that you had up there playing with weight. Found the jack solid.
Yeah, it's one of those things, he had a very stiff result here as well when he took all his bowls out for me to get 3. So, you've got to take the good with the bad, and that was one of those things.
Gerry, do you know anything much about your opponents? They're two relatively new players to the game, Edmund Els and Ryan Truter.
Yeah, I don't know them at all. Never seen them before. So they tell me the young Ryan's very good.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I believe so. So be interesting. Be a nice game.
Yeah. Anyway, Gerry, lovely to have you here and everything of the best.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
1, 2. Can you hear? 1, 2. He's not mixing it up.
One, two, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
1, 2, 1, 2. One, 1, 2, 1. 1 2 1 2. Whoa. Are you giving me something? 1 2 1 2. One two one two. One two one two. Yeah.
We're ready to go. Next game is a singles event. I'd like to call on the 2023 PBA pairs winner and Western Province singles winner from Constantia. Please welcome Peter Harvey. Right, his opponent is a current Protea International, 2 times Commonwealth Games silver medalist, multi-nation strips silver medalist. Put your hands together for Anneke Scheepers. And with that, I hand you over to Alan Lofthouse in the commentary box.
Thanks, Johan. Well done on those introductions, mate. Very good. Peter Harvey, Anneke Scheepers. Let's hope they can keep the momentum going. First game, tight game. Gerry Baker winning 1.5 sets. So good start for him. We'll have to wait and see how that section pans out, if Herman can bounce back, because I'm certain he's going to be in the mix at the end. So they're starting their trial ends at the moment. I'm going to try not to be biased this time, Johan. Last game I could commentate without any fear of taking sides, but this one's going to be tough.
Yes, Alan. Peter Harvey, as some of you might know, the son of the late great Tommy Harvey.
Did you ever see Tommy play?
Unfortunately not, but I had the I read Dougie Watson's book, The Winning Way, and in that book he makes reference of how much he learned from the late great Tommy Harvey.
I watched him play at Belleville, which is where I started my bowls. Both my parents and my brother played out of Belleville, and they had the nationals in Cape Town, and Belleville was headquarters. And I watched Tommy play, and I don't think his delivery is too dissimilar to Peter.
I was about to say that. Very similar. That sort of long stretch.
Long stretch.
Push.
Yeah.
Likes it quick. Quicker the better.
And some of that, the genes must have been passed down from Tommy to Peter, because as we were saying earlier, I believe Peter still got the quality to play open inter-districts.
Alan, with that delivery, I believe he acquitted himself well at the Potters Resort. Having said so, there's no doubt, Peter said to me, all he needed was an extra day of practicing and preparing. Would have made a world of difference.
At some stage during the proceedings, I would think it's going to be sooner rather than later, we're going to invite Lombard Barnard from Fairtree to spend a few minutes having a chat to Johan. For those of you who aren't aware of it, just a bit of a history on the PBA, and it's very limited history, but I know for years and years it was run out of Johannesburg. And Johan must likely know why it actually ended. But then they picked up here in Cape Town, and I'll let Johan tell the story. He was involved in finding the sponsor, and what a fantastic job. I mean,
Our current CEO, Bobby Donnelly, sort of ran the PBA in Johannesburg for many, many years, very successfully, alongside Craig Remington and another. And it was a massive success. Ran for many years, maybe even more than 10 years. I was fortunate to qualify for the World Indoor once. And I think what happened there was that the World Bowls Tour withdrew their sponsorship regarding our air tickets, and with the result of that and a lack of possible a sponsor, those funds were depleted, and they started losing membership. We were fortunate here, very much so, to find a sponsor such as Fairtree. It's made it all possible. Alan, there's no doubt. You don't have a sponsor, you've got nothing.
You did in the water, mate.
And what a wonderful sponsor they are.
You know, Anneke was saying early, just had a quick chat to her when she was putting those stickers on. Look at that, right on the jack in the trial lane. Save those, Anneke. And she was saying that this year the overall performance from the Western Province inter-district side, the ladies, was unbelievable. She said she would admit herself that last year her particular rink, she felt let the team down. And this year she said there was nothing like that. Both sides performed, and obviously when you've got both sides winning 7 out of 9 games or anywhere in that vicinity, you're going to be very close to getting to the final at least.
Absolutely. So Alan, I happened to stroll over to the far green. I watched Wayne Roberts up against Lydia Maritz. He had a bit of a scare. He was a little bit frustrated with his play, and she forced him into a tiebreaker, and Wayne managed to get up. And in the other game in his section, Louis Botha got up in a tiebreaker against Armand Ascaray.
Wow, okay, that's a big win.
Right, so the game is about to start, get underway. Our marker for this game is Debbie Phillips. Very experienced marker, Alan.
Yep. And a player that's also played at the highest level, played for Western Province in the Open. Didn't play this year in the Open, she played in the B side. Very positive individual. Must be a fantastic team player. I mean, she's fun in games when anything's happening here at Durbanville or wherever she goes. So I should imagine on tour she must be an extremely positive teammate to have.
So Peter Harvey's teaming up again with Kevin Douglas, and he'll be looking at a possible repeat with a visit to Potter's Resort in the pairs and surely in the singles as well.
I had lengthy chats with Peter when he came back from Potters, and he was extremely disappointed. I think he had no problem admitting that he really battled on that rink. I think Kevin settled down better than he did.
Absolutely.
So as as we were saying, if you don't get there, I don't know how much help it would, it would be if you got there earlier. So
I think an extra day or two would have made a massive difference. I watched that game closely, and the typical symptom if you're not playing enough on that type of surfaces, a lot of times you've just got too much weight, especially when you want to set a bowl. Instead of just drawing to it and hoping to reach it, you sort of chasing it, and you slip through with 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah, that's the one thing you pick up from those guys that play on the rink regularly. They don't change their hands very, very often. I mean, if there's a bowl foot short, they will still play around that bowl. You know,
absolutely. The top players sort of selected the wider bowl, the stronger bias bowl for this year's World Indoor Championships. You know, Mervyn King that played Colleen Pickett, he actually switched to a Professional Plus, which has got a wider bend than the Tiger Pro.
Yeah, so when you think you'd get onto a 17, 18 second rink, you'd automatically think of going to a slightly narrower bowl, but they don't. Peter changing his hand here. I don't know how clever that is on the first end, but let's see what he can do.
Anneke has settled quite nicely with her weight on the very first end. Peter's in the area.
Gets a little rub off that bowl.
Great effort.
Yeah. Set that ball square, I think he may have got the shot.
It's 2 in a measure, possibly 3 shots down for Anneke. So Anneke's got a chance to start off here with a full house. Again, she's in the area. I think she's played a perler. A little touch of hope, no, quite. 3 in a measure. Good start for Anneke.
Okay, I'm going to vacate my seat. Lombard is going to take over.
Right, I've got Lombard Barnard joining me. Let's have a quick chat. Lombard, morning.
Hi, morning.
Thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Johan. No, lovely being here.
And let me start off by saying well done, congratulations. The setting, the setup looks absolutely fantastic. And again, I'd like to once again, namens die PBA, we want to thank you very, very much for your tremendous sponsorship. If you want to maybe tell us more about your sponsorship and you know, are you good for the next couple of years or?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, just Anneke just picking up 3 there. Lovely to see. All the TV games is going to be wonderful. No, Johan, definitely. As most of the people know, I think it's been widely watched quite a lot on the prize money and the stuff that's changed. And also last night I spoke a little bit on plans for next year. And can go a little bit in detail if you wish, but we're definitely in it for another 3 years, the planning,
well,
especially of course far more, longer than that, but in essence let's just be realistic. There's a few goals that we want to do, and that's also why it's quite nice that the PBA came alongside our sponsorship from Fairtree side with the Proteas, and we're very happy with that. So that's going to be a 3-year contract where we sponsor, of course, the look and feel of the Proteas, but more than that, we are developing this app for them, with them, to make information and hopefully the game accessible on whatever level it is, whether it's national, provincial or club level. So in that, promoting the sport, and we've got quite a few other ideas, you know, like logs and so forth, So yeah, I'm very excited from our side to be involved and for quite a few years to come.
Well, it's great, Lombard. And your PBA shop looking tremendous. I see you stocked up quite nicely with a lot of nice new merchandise, etc.
Oh yes, no, listen, we're very thrilled. People seem to enjoy the merchandise and the look and feel of it. Just a little bit more modern, different. So yes, definitely the online shop picking up from across the country. Watching some of the bowls up in Joburg and so forth, saw quite a few players that I didn't even know with our shirts on. So I'm very pleased with that. That it's actually going quite wide.
Lombard, if you can just explain to our viewers, give us a little bit more insight into your thoughts regarding your affiliated events that you've had successfully over the past couple of months. I think there was 11.
Yes.
Are you looking at growing that part of the of your thinking and your
maybe Jan, to mention what last night we sort of started. We didn't want to do it before this event started taking place. We try to listen to what we hear from people. You are actually the one that started this whole thing, 3 years back, and coming to us with your presentation and us buying into it quite quickly. But the first year people said it will be difficult for you to fill a field of 64. And now 3 years later, people are, I don't want to call it complaining, but people are full of suggestions on how to make this better and, what is right and what is wrong and so forth. So we will actually evolve over time. We try to listen to people. So initially we started out, as you know, the last few years that you must become a PBA member. And the membership fee was 250 rands a year and so forth. And then we tried this affiliated events as well. It worked well, and some of them were only some extra money prizes. Other ones were actually to get into this, but it was normally linked to classics and so forth. And you had to be a Fairtree a PBA member to actually qualify. So that was also great, but to think bigger, it becomes difficult because it is mostly down here. There was a few tournaments up there. So the new way of thinking is we are actually, and I said it last night, we are doing away with PBA membership. But what we're going to do is, of course, this tournament, there is a ranking points system. And we're going to take this point system, adjust it to incorporate other tournaments, but just link up to what there is. So it's gonna be a PBA ranking nationally, where tournaments like your district, the singles, the pairs, whatever, in the different districts, you'll get PBA points for that. Of course, the national, the Opens of Life, the Masters, all those different in the different areas. We'll see how much information one can get, and that's where the app also comes in. Over time, the dream is that any information you put on the app, even if you play a normal weekend game at it's just a classic, you'll get some points, just a few points, but at least you'll get something. Absolutely. So enhancing that, yes, the big tournaments will of course give the big points. So we'll have a national PBA ranking, and the ranking point, or your ranking position, will get you into this tournament. But say that's the top 20 or 30, that will be have an automatic invite. And then a line of thinking for a start is to say that each district, to make it really nationally, will have an opportunity, and once again it will depend on the district whether they want to take it up. So we're not going to force them, but
you're offering a wider representative of our region.
So a suggestion from our side, it doesn't have to be, is you could take your singles winners of your district, and then the man and the woman actually play one another for the winner of them coming here. That's a suggestion. Or they can hold a total separate competition for them. So that's 20 people that can then come into the tournament. And then we said, but also there is the bigger districts with a lot of players and good players.
So like the JBAs.
Like the JBAs, Western Province down here, and there's Port Natal, all those. You know, so we're gonna open it to, and I want to extend it to whomever is listening. If you want to host a singles qualifying event, more than welcome to contact us, Audrey or Bresler. You can just go on the website as well, and there will be a few things that you have to do. Of course, the field must be at least 36 players and so forth, and we'll link it to it. So one of the prizes, we don't want anything out of it. One of the prizes, the club can hold the competition for their own benefit, but one of the prizes can be at least you get an entry into this event. So, you know, we're thinking on then there's 30 opportunities for people to play themselves into the event, and then, like we said, maybe 4 invites from our side, and then the other 30 is actually the people on the log. That will be, if a district doesn't want to do something, of course the next person on the log will come in. It's not like we're desperate, we just want to make it as fair as possible to get people here.
But Lombard, it sounds, there's no doubt your main objective is to eventually get this field of 64 your absolute best and absolute strongest. And hopefully, you know, I think there's a possibility perhaps to get a second spot at Potter's Resort eventually with our numbers. I believe that the PBA of South Africa has grown tremendously over the since its start, to possibly become one of the more successful branches outside the UK PBA. Lombard, tell us more about, if you can just tell us more about the actual prize money that you've introduced for this year's tournament. If you can just give us a quick breakdown of how that works.
I mentioned on the Facebook thing, you know, what it does do, anything that becomes bigger is admin. And especially as people want to go to Potters in Scotland and all those, you know, and they want to take their families and so forth. And poor Neil at Durbanville Club, he was starting to become a travel agent.
But you've changed that.
And we've changed that now to say, listen, let's rather give the players the cash, and they can do it themselves.
And they can plan accordingly.
And they can plan according to you, do their own stuff, but also we up the prize money that they actually get a little bit more because that is done. The one that we brought in that's more interesting, and we can allude to next year to mention that. You know, as you know, it was primarily the winners that won the big money, and that was it. And this year we brought in that, of course, there's 16 sections, and that the section winner at least gets the R1,000 back that they paid to get into the tournament.
And then that ups as they go along. And
yes,
they get further as they progress. Yeah.
Yes, and from there on, from the quarterfinals, just because this is a set play kind of event, we introduced R3,000 per set to be won by whomever then. So you can, at the end of the day, if you pick up a few sets, you're going to have quite a nice little bit of prize money. So if you're going to make your
quick sums, what is the total money that the singles winner will eventually pocket?
The minimum amount is 53,000 rands.
Wow.
If you sort of just win one set but win the game, one set win the game, and so forth. So that's the minimum amount of money. If they win all the sets, it's 61,000. So anything between 61,000 and 53,000 will be the winning money, and the runner-up will be anything between 44,000 rands and 51,000 rand.
Armand, that's a fantastic prize. If you think of all that money, plus all the perks, your air tickets, etc., and the money that one wins by qualifying and getting to the Potter's Resort, it's big.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing is now, if you win your quarterfinals, if you think about it, you know, you at least 8,000 rands. It can be 11, but the quarterfinalist will at least walk away with 8,000 rand or 11, depending on the sets that he or she wins.
Well, what if I may say, I think what this really does, and the big difference this remuneration or this prize money that comes into play is, especially for the players that are travelling,
exactly,
just to cover expenses and accommodation. It's not cheap these days.
Yes.
But you win your section and more, and you're basically covered.
Yes, and that's what we're even doing next year, what we said last night already. So the change that's going to come next year we really want the best players here, but we don't want to change the possibility of a person that's not, a Springbok or a Protea or the wonder about the PBA is that anybody can still have a chance, but you must sort of win stuff to get here. So that was why the qualifiers is important to qualify. But from next year, Johan, that's just short. From next year, the sectional players, all 16, just by getting there, they will each win 8,000 rands, where it's only 1,000 rand this year. And hopefully that is to make up that the real serious bowlers want to be here. Because it is an expense to them, and we acknowledge it, that if you're in the top 16, at least it's not going to be an out-of-pocket experience, and you can at least enjoy the Cape for what it is, and not that it's a grudge payment to get down here.
And then also believe that maybe from next year, the winner and runner-up of the singles event, the two of them will then go off to play in the World Bowls Tour at Potters as a pair combination, and that the current pairs competition here will stay as a separate entity. They won't travel, but there'll be prize money, etc., etc.
Yes, we just thought, until now, to pick another player, until now the top 26 could pick a partner that's a PBA member, but they're not anywhere on the ranking. And as the competition grows and you want it more competitive, and we spoke to quite a few of the high-end players, yes, it's wonderful to play with a partner that you know well, but the main thing here is the singles. And then even what you see in Potters, a lot of the top 16 play with people that they don't know. It's not always so the pairs is going to become just like a money event. It's really fun and we want to keep the event because as part of the whole outing, because the people here that watch the game, and it's two bowl pairs, it's actually quite fun, but it is a difficult game, so it's a little bit open to anybody to win. So that's wonderful, but and it's lovely for the peepers to play. It brings a new vibe. There's more talking, all those kind of things. It's lovely to see, but singles, and then rather make it easier to do big prize money.
There's a possibility also that you might look at a 3-bowl spare tournament as opposed to 2,
yes,
which makes it a little bit more technical.
Yes,
etc.
It definitely can. It's just up till now it can be a time thing. What I know, the Alder and Bresler will have to do this as soon as you add that one bowl. It may be that we have to add another day or so. So that's, I think, it's the main drawdown for now, but it's definitely something we would love to do.
Do you want to tell us a bit more about something you announced last night that sounds very exciting? As in addition to the existing prize money, what you've added, there's another add-on, a massive add-on, very exciting. Could you tell the viewers a bit more about that?
Yes, no, the one I kept in my pocket, even Audrey and Bresler didn't know about that one.
Yes.
We're so excited on the Potters thing and the Scottish Open and so forth, but I think unashamedly our players want to compete in Australia because they are, leading in so many areas as such, and just a different experience. So, and that's why we're very adamant on the scoring app, the Bowls Master app, and the information that we can put in there, because it needs to be centralized so that we can do a proper log. So what we're going to do the next from now on, it's going to be starting soon, that specific log, we're going to look a little bit backward as well, results the past few years. And of course the results here and so forth, and that combination. So the number 1 and 2, it's a little bit like in golf, the road to Dubai, or the FedEx Cup or whatever. The one that you don't play for it, but at the end of next year, of 2026, the last day of December, whomever is the number 1 and number 2 on the log will be sponsored from our side to go and play in the Australian Open there in the singles and pairs, and we're going to set up actually a fours game for them on the other side as well.
Wow.
So the lacquer thing from that is that people get a little bit more opportunity to play. I think the frustration from our side, from the Potter side, is mostly people go for 1 or 2 games, and that's it. And that's wonderful. But as a player, you want to play more, especially if you're traveling far.
It's a long flight.
So we're quite excited that we're adding that one up onto the PBA way of thinking. And
what was your thoughts? Why specifically Australia and not maybe one of the Asian tournaments, etc.? Was there any particular reason for that, Lombard?
Listen, the other ones are coming.
You're taking baby steps?
Yes. It was just talking to a few. I'm a keen bowler, but I'm not a good bowler. So I enjoy the game for other purposes, but listening to the guys, and I think it's a little bit also out of an engagement point of view, when myself and Audra went to Potters, one of the better experiences was to really engage with the top players and the top officials. That was actually very interesting, all those discussions. And I think a place like Australia, just to go there and physically learn, on what they're doing, how they're doing it, and hopefully adapting it to what works for South Africa. I think my personal opinion, we shouldn't just copy what they do. We should do our own thing, but there is stuff that one can learn,
and I think it's invaluable experience.
Yes,
there's no doubt, especially playing on those conditions.
Exactly,
high quality opposition, etc. Can only be good.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic, and that's sort of the aim. If we can start there, then we'll work across the rest of the world and see where we end.
Lombard, you and your brother Audrey were invited to the Potters Resort.
Yes.
Just share with our viewers what your thoughts were, your experience. What did you like? What did you not like?
Listen, it's a well-oiled machine. It's fantastic, but I quickly saw it will be very difficult to replicate anything like that anywhere in the country or countries. Because the resort is actually like this cruise ship. It shows and the meals and everything is so well organized.
It's world class.
And it's world class. And the setup there being put out, it's there's already offices, all this stuff. Here we're sitting in a gazebo and you have to do everything, and but it will be difficult. So everything is done really in excellence, but it's also, I don't want to call it easy, but it's easier because it's there already. And the last week the BBC takes over. It's like over here, if SuperSport took over this tournament, and Noel knows exactly, and back it. Although he worked for them, so the capability is here. But if you really had that kind of money behind, broadcasting and so forth, you can make it a world-class event. So it was a wonderful experience, and I think what they do well. The only, if I want to call it negative, is because it's so traditional. I think where we've got a huge advantage is we are very much willing to think outside of the box, where it's probably difficult for them to change. So some of our suggestions, even what you put forward, we discussed it with them, that the qualifiers actually play a little bit against one another while they're there on a different rink and so forth. But the wheels really turn slowly there.
A qualifying event within a qualifying
event. Yes, just to let the people play while they're there, to just go for one game. It's very difficult to practice only on that one green available.
Won't it be fantastic in the future, perhaps to have one or two of those superstars out there, the Alex Marshalls,
Paul
Fosters, to come and play in our PBA event?
That is...
surely that's got to be on the cards. It's been discussed.
It is, that's...
Let's wait and see.
Yeah, no, it's not too far off at all. That is, and they all expressed. Every last one of them. It was that's the wonderful thing about bowls. All of them are so humble and down to earth and willing to talk and engage. And all of them said, "Listen, they don't want to come for big money or anything. They would just love to come and play." And what was quite surprising to me is that they're more than willing to come and play in these circumstances. They said, "Listen, we know we're probably going to struggle, but it would be lovely to test their skills in even this environment. So yes, they really want to come. Yes, it's going to cost us a bit with the rand, but I think we're going to make it work quite soon.
The top boys will enjoy these rinks. Greens, there's no doubt about it. Anyway, Lombard, thank you for your continuing support of this our PBA qualifying event, World Bowls Tour qualifying event here at Durbanville. The passion, the commitment that you show, and your sponsorship towards Bowl South Africa. It's really been wonderful and highly appreciated by all.
Thank you very much.
And good luck with your app.
Yes.
Let it grow from strength to strength.
Yes, thank you very much. Please, all the guys, load it on your phones. It will only get better. The stuff that doesn't work, don't worry too much about it right yet.
So Lombard is a very competitive, skilled bowler. I want to put you to the sword. Who's your winner? Pick your singles winner.
Sure. Listen, it will be difficult. I made, in a personal capacity, I made some engagement when I was up there at Wingate for the Masters.
Yes.
So it will probably be a miss of me if I don't back Wayne Roberts for this one, because I said, listen, Wayne, what can we do to have you here? So
your horse scratched through the first game.
He did.
In a tense tiebreak. I see you were there.
Yes.
Quite tense.
No, that's money. But listen, I told him, listen, Wayne, to be honest, C1 is, and that direction is definitely the most difficult ring.
I saw
in
those lines were a little unusual
on Durbanville. So if you can get past this one, don't worry. So hopefully that's comes true. That it just becomes easier for you.
There's no doubt. If you can win a game by not playing well, then you've achieved something.
Yeah,
there's no doubt.
Sure. No, and Lydia played fantastic. I mean, she knows the screens by heart. So that was a good game and a hard game, and I think it's good to start with a like that. So.
All right, Lombard, thanks again for everything. Nice having you here.
Cheers.
And good luck for the rest.
Thank you, the same. Thank you for all the wonderful commentating. You guys are absolutely excellent. Well done.
Thank you. Right, back in the seat is the 1994 Commonwealth gold medalist, the one and only Alan
you'd swear that was the only thing I ever did.
You didn't go bigger than that, did you, Al?
Well, that was really fascinating to hear from Lombard, the thoughts and the way he's looking to grow this tournament. It's very encouraging. I can actually remember last year, one of the meetings we had, he took us out for lunch, and Pam happened to be with us that day, my wife Pam, and I could see as we were having lunch the enthusiasm and the things were going through his mind as to how we could improve this whole, build it up to a world-class event. I mean, we're already getting close. Honestly, I think we're really getting close. The fact that people from overseas want to come here and play in it, and can you imagine that, what that would be for the tournament? You know, if we could get the top bowlers from Scotland and Australia and Malaysia and all over the world joining us. I mean,
and quite interesting on that note, talking to people like Stoffel Lambrecht that went out to Yarmouth for the pairs. The following from many of the top players, the current top seeded players, they were, some of them were watching a lot of the games here and what was going on here. So there's definitely a following and an interest in what we're doing here. I had a chat to Jason Parkinson a couple of weeks ago, and he certainly wants to come back. He might just join us next year.
Be fantastic. To have his experience in the commentary box would be brilliant. The one thing just from that lunch, which I could see Lombard started, you could see it was starting to work, the thought process was happening, was that if we could get players like Alex Martian and the likes and the boys from Australia, we could get them here and whether it be male or female, if we could get a team of 5 out here and we could extend that an extra week and get them playing against the South African team, what that would do for South African bowls. Because my personal feeling is that I think I was very fortunate during that very short era that I played, was that we played a lot of international events, and you can only judge yourself when you're playing against the best. And I don't think at the moment we are in a position where we're actually playing against the best. There are not very many of those incoming tours or outgoing tours, and I know you'll have more information for me because you're involved at the moment.
Alan, we were very unfortunate. We were pretty close to having Hong Kong Bowls Association out here for a tour in October, and our President, Mr. David Hammer, was very close to signing the contract. It was all systems go, and unfortunately a couple of weeks ago we were informed by Hong Kong Bowls Association that they will not be coming, which was a tremendous blow for us. Very disappointed indeed. But you know what, we got to keep our chins up, but you're quite right, we'll keep going, we'll stay positive. We most certainly need tours. It'll help us as selectors as well to have a better base to select players from, because at the moment it's not easy. You know, you pick as a winner. Yeah, let's hope there's good things to come, which I'm sure there will be. For any nation to come out to South Africa, it's lucrative. You know, the rand dollar, scenery. So let's hold thumbs.
Yeah, to me that's the answer. That would be in an ideal world to get those teams playing against South Africa, playing against our top boys. At the moment I think we head out towards World Bowls or Commonwealth Games, and we go there a few days in advance, and before you know it you're behind the 8 ball.
What's in the horizon is we've got the World Cup in Hong Kong. We're sending over 2 players. It's still to be selected. That's in November. They'll be playing both indoor and outdoor. And then 2026 we've got the Commonwealth Games. 3 players, 2 playing in the pairs and 1 for the singles. That'll be indoor on a portable surface, I believe, at one of the 4 venues. So it's a very much a milk-down Commonwealth Games.
Yeah.
But I believe thereafter it will return to its best, or to its original size.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. You know, I don't know about the other sports. I can't speak on behalf of the other sports, but for bowls, we need that Commonwealth Games. We need it in the format it's been played at over the years. We don't need a watered-down event. It won't help us overall. But at least it's still happening, and we're able to send players.
Well, we were fortunate that Lawn Bowls got the nod. So many other great sport bodies lost an opportunity. So, but being in Scotland, I think we always had a chance. Right, so Anneke's taken a 6-4 lead, is that right? After 18, so she's 2 up with 1 in to go in the set.
Yeah, so we've broken away from the game, but I'm sure our viewers will understand it was important to give Lombard an opportunity to fill us in. I wasn't here last night, you were. I know he mentioned a whole lot of things, and he spoke about some new innovations, and we'll get back onto the game, but thanks to Lombard and Fairtree for what they're doing for the game of bowls.
In summary, I think he brings a breath of fresh air to the game of bowls. He's got good ideas, and he doesn't stagnate. He wants the best, which is good for bowls.
Absolutely.
He wants to see the best. All right, Anneke's let Peter in here a little bit.
He's taken advantage.
Absolutely.
Well, worst case scenario, yeah, for Peter is pick up a 2 and at least peel the first set. Yeah, as Gerry was saying, although Peter seems to have a great ball, Gerry was saying that coming in the direction where we're sitting, he was getting more bend on the ditch hand than going back the other way, which we picked up. We noticed that. But Peter certainly found a good line going back there now with 2 of his balls.
But slight movement on the jack, he's actually forced Anneke to switch hands. Oh, that's a great ball. That's a great ball.
Okay. According to Debbie, it's still 1 to Peter. No? No? Sorry, I'm wrong.
Still an opportunity for a minimum of 2 shots.
Gets hold of his own ball. No. I think if Anneke doesn't get there, I think Peter might take the chance of definitely playing over the draw to see if he can reach the bowl.
She's under on the weight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Peter's going up to have a good look.
Yeah, I think he's got to reach that bowl. I think he's got 2 seconds at the moment.
A 3 is probably unlikely.
3 is
small chance, but
I think 3's got to play with controlled weight and stay.
But there's 2 on the offering.
Sure. And I think if I've got the bowl in my hand and 2 is the offering and I can get a tie out of the first set, I'll take it. I'm expecting him to play a little bit over the draw. If he happens to get that ball square, it's a bonus. Good call, Alan.
He's got his line a little bit, has he?
I don't think that's going to do enough.
It's only the 1.
Yeah.
Right, so
looks like the first set's to Anneke.
gone to Anneke. Might be a measure Anneke has indicated. That's interesting. You've known Peter Harvey for many, many years. I've got to know Peter quite well over the last couple of years, and probably one of the true gentlemen of the game. What a wonderful individual.
Yeah, fantastic team man.
He's retired now, isn't he, Alan?
Well, he had a IT business which he sold. I think he still sort of does some work on the side for them. But
consulting, yeah.
Consulting work, yeah. I think Peter's done very well for himself.
Seems to be only 1. She's put it on the wrong side.
Well, even if Peter did get 1, it's still set to Anneke. Was I right in, did I hear right that Wayne lost his first game?
Roberts.
Yeah.
No, he won.
Did he win?
He got up in the tiebreaker against Lydia.
Okay.
He's playing on that C1 rink.
Okay.
Found it a bit tricky. You could see he was a little bit frustrated. You'll know more about that rink.
I do. I've always maintained that, having played at this club for many, many years, I actually prefer that sea green to the other two. But that's marginal.
Yeah.
They're all very good. But I really enjoy that sea green.
Over the years, the better green was A behind us.
It has been. Yeah.
But I think B is caught up. If I'm not mistaken, it's definitely a yard or two quicker than A.
Well, I'm very pleased for Durbanville Club because I know because of the situation that the B green is in front of the clubhouse. I think it's always been their go-to green when it comes to finals and things like that. And I think a lot of people playing in the finals say, well, why have we got to make it a spectator thing? Let's play on the best green. So I'm extremely happy that they've got this the B green now up and to the same standard as the other two. And when I say standard, I mean very good standard.
Alan, but what's amazed me, I've come through to Durbanville for a meeting or two with the PBA Association, and some afternoons I get here and the greens are full. You've got to book a spot to have a practice roll. It's incredible.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it's a case of being pie in the sky, but I mean, I know they've given a lot of thought to a fourth green. So as we sit out and we look over the green with the clubhouse to our left, on the right hand side is the Durbanville Racecourse.
Yeah.
So there's quite a fair amount of ground that could accommodate.
I believe directly in front of us on the northern side, northeast, there's a piece of ground that they're looking at.
Okay.
I won't be surprised if Lombard puts up an indoor centre there. Now we're really going places.
That's the sort of thing I would have mentioned when he was sitting here, but that would be brilliant. I know Glen are putting in a artificial outdoor.
Those talks have been going on for some time.
Yeah, but I think it's seen fruition. I think it's going to happen. Peter running, he won't come back from there.
So it's the Glen, the talk is it outdoor artificial or
outdoor artificial?
Not indoor.
Not
okay.
Indoor.
One green.
One green. That's that green that's on the Camps Bay side. If you know, can recall, you know Glen.
Of course.
Anybody that doesn't know the Glen, it's also one of those magnificent, stunning places to play bowls.
Is the great Kevin Campbell still part of the show, playing league for them?
Definitely.
She looks pretty good, yeah. Oh, well played, Anneke.
Oh, that's great. Number one.
Made the target a bit wider.
Two. And a measure. I can't see.
And a good back bowl.
Yeah, this is a full go from Pete. He's got a very deliberate and distinctive running shot. Not going to come back, Pete, are you?
No, he's fine.
Oh, he is.
Oh, great shot.
Oh.
Pistol Pete wasn't going to miss it twice. He wasn't going to miss it twice.
There you go. Well bowled, Pistol Pete.
I had a quick chat to both Herman and Gerry after the first session of TV broadcast, and we weren't in their ears. Gerry says maybe we were, but maybe he was in a better zone. But we certainly weren't obstructive to them, which is good news.
Well, if I know Gerry, you would have taken your advice if you would have, not mine. Well, that's good to know, because we really positioned in such a bit. You know, you can actually see the green and the rink now. And
Yeah. Now, Alan, if you look at this section of Anneke and Peter, and no discredit to Gareth Nell and Tinus Kraus, but one would want to think that this is an exceptionally important game. I think both Gareth Nell and Tinus Kraus are fairly inexperienced bowlers, so all to play for. You know, you don't want to slip here and hope for an upset.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those sections you look at it and you say it's unlikely to happen, and you never know in the game of bowls. Anything's possible.
If you look at a section like 9, you've got Jason Evans, Pietro Burkett, it's Colleen Pickett's partner. Fred Botha can certainly cause an upset, and obviously Nick Rustling must fancy himself.
Yep. You think that's a shootout between Jason and Nick?
Absolutely. We've got them on the TV ring tomorrow morning. Evans versus Rustling.
Well, we know both players very well, so that if they play to the form, to the standard that we know they can play at, it should be a phenomenal game.
All of these sections are certainly quite powerful. You look at section 14 as a matter of interest. You've got Esme Kruger, Tyler Pitcher, that caused a massive upset last year by beating Colleen on the same very TV rink.
Correct.
The legendary Neil Burkett.
Well, Miles Norman comes out of the Helderberg Basin area. Also a relatively new bowler, but he actually played as a novice. He played in the South African mixed pairs competition.
Section 6, we've already seen a bit of an upset. Louis Botha managed to get up against Armand Ascaray in a tiebreaker. Bit of a dark horse, believe me.
And from what I can gather, Wally Brown beat Mark Bevis-Challenor, and that's also
Absolutely.
a good win. Very experienced bowler, Mark, been around for forever.
Just as a matter of interest, he's been playing with Drake's Proteas for years, and his bowls become outdated.
I know
last year's Masters.
I know the story. I know the story. Yeah, I happened to be involved with that because Peter had to, when he went over to Potter's Resort, he had to bring the bowls back.
Well, he took 2 and Kevin took 2.
You just got to hope your bag doesn't go missing.
So it can be done, and it was, you know, if you've got to courier those bowls, it can be a costly exercise, but there was an opportunity.
Yeah.
They were collected at the Potter's Resort and they were returned to the Potter's Resort. So Mark was pretty chuffed about that.
Looking good here, Pete. It's a little bit short, but
Anneke is on a good road, yeah.
Yeah, I think she would have got first prize if she missed that ball, eh? Well, they certainly come to the party with regards to the attire. The shirts and everything are phenomenal.
The caps are high quality, sponsored by Aero.
Correct.
So I want to take this opportunity to thank Gerry Baker and the Aero team for his sponsorship.
Yeah, I see Gerry posted on Facebook last night that new bowl. Sorry, Gerry, I don't know the name of the bowl, but it's got that wider groove, almost running in a parallel You've seen it, haven't you?
No, I haven't.
It doesn't run almost with the bowl. It runs the other way, from left to right, as it were. And I had to post there. I couldn't resist it. I thought, well, my good friend Greg Ecote would definitely be buying that multicolour set. I think Reggers has got more bowls than Gerry's got in stock.
Speak under correction, but I think Aero's also offered a additional prize for player of the tournament. I'm not sure how much money there is, but there's some sort of prize there as well. So thank you to Gerry and Aero.
Got unlucky there.
She still holds. Does she? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She got the shot.
Peter's got a great opportunity here. Get a quarter of the bowl, piece of the jack, make 3. He's on his backhand.
He's got the weight.
He's looking, yeah, he's got the weight. Very close. Oh, very unlucky, Peter. Very unlucky. Oh, the weight was so good.
I've got that Fair Tree app on my phone. I must just speak to them inside there, because a whole lot of people from Fair Tree and see if they can link it so we can keep people updated on the other scores that are going on around us.
Absolutely.
On the 17 other rinks that are going at the moment. Sorry guys, I've had my phone off. Started ringing while Johan was doing an interview with Lombard, so I switched it off. Just picking up on the few comments that are coming through. Yeah, Shannon, I see you asking about Emma. Sorry, all I can do is at the end of this match I will speak to the Fair Tree crew and I'll see if I can get the app up and running so we can give you ball by ball, blow by blow commentary on all the other games going on around us. Morning, Wayne. Good to see you involved watching. Pity you're not here, mate. Dion Odie. Morning, Dion. Yeah, Joshua, I see you think the greens, as you say, greens look blitz, must be close to 16 seconds. Don't think we're quite there yet, but I'm sure in the next couple of days it could get up to 16.
Oh, maybe sort of just over 14 at the moment. Anneke's played 3 great bowls. Peter will be feeling a bit of pressure here, 2 down on the set. Having dropped the first set and facing 3 down at the moment. Striking. Oh, it's just going to slip past.
Great effort. Rather surprised Peter didn't take a run at that. Even with the weight, if he got onto the shot bowl, I don't know. You couldn't got much of a result out of that. And he had a very good hit in this direction last time. So
Anneke coming down to have a look. I mean, she's got wealth of experience. There's no doubt, I think she'll cover back right to her left.
Yeah.
Be quite happy to settle with 3 shots.
Just trying to see who's got the. Peter's got the 2 meter.
Elected to go on a forehand.
Wonder if she feels if she doesn't get onto a shot bowl and just roll it a couple of times, if it won't make maybe a more difficult shot for Pete. He's drawing another. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I'm willing to tip this one. Yeah.
The pistol is loaded. She's just ever so slightly widened that target, maybe by another half a bowl.
Yeah. I really don't think, irrespective of where that bowl went, unless it got into a position that it took away the drive, I'm almost certain Peter's going to wind this one up and. Not sure at the pace that he's playing at if it's going to be 4 or backhand. I don't suppose it makes much difference.
Big shot here for Peter.
Backhand. Shocker. Absolute shocker. Oh dear.
Bowls in the head, Alan.
Yeah,
Bowls in the head.
yeah. And to get it on target like that and get nothing out of it. Well, he's taken a couple out, I suppose.
2's out, so Anneke goes to a 4-0 lead in the second set. He doesn't know.
Peter's confused. Yeah. Yeah, I think you can look back at that situation and you didn't get a result with your last bowl when it was on target, but you'd have to have a look at the other 3, and those are the ones that put you in that under that sort of pressure. So. Sun is out and it's very humid here at Durbanville Bowling Club. I think maybe because we're under the gazebo, but it's getting extremely warm. As what a great opener. Certainly putting Peter under pressure. Bit of a wind picking up. Papers are flying, bottles are falling over.
So, Alan, you had a previous request, I'm not sure from who, about Emma Murphy. She's playing Eugene on rink number 4 to our right. Eugene won the first set, but he's currently, Emma's up 7-3 after 6 ends. So she's
fighting back,
doing quite nicely in the second set.
Yeah, that was Shannon Davies. Yeah. Emma, you just heard from Johan. It's a few rinks away from us, but let's see if I can get this app up so we can bring you up to date and with all the games. Peter's following it, he's following it.
Oh, that's a great bowl. That's a magnificent bowl.
wrestling, we'd be saying that's a cracker. Okay. Close. Slightly offline.
Even though she missed, she makes it a little bit easier for a last bowl.
Yeah. Terry Turner tuning in from Kirkcaldy in Fife, Scotland. So we're attracting all over the world, eh?
Fantastic.
Tipsy Hopkins from Johannesburg. Sorry, Tipsy, you lost that one. Scotland wins that one, 1-0. Eh? But thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that.
Peter's looking very... Oh, well, he might have sold it. Yeah, unfortunately he has. Very unfortunate.
I see Wayne's hoping to be here next year. It'll be fantastic to have you with us, Wayne. That's Rit Miller.
Yes. Hi, Wayne. Well done, fella. I believe you had a fantastic interprovincial. Congratulations.
Cheryl Waterman is asking, can we access results anyway? Yes, you can, Cheryl. I'm just the wrong person to ask. But I know that Fairtree have got an app. I think if you go to the apps and you'll find Fairtree and you get all the information on there. Not only this tournament, all the other tournaments that are going on. Good afternoon,
Trying
Daniel
very hard,
Vaughan.
yeah. Oh, he's played a cracker.
Well ball, Pete.
That was
Yeah,
a big shot.
Daniel Vaughan, how's it? Is it windy there? No, Daniel. Cape Town, this wouldn't be classed as wind.
Alan, that was a big shot from Peter. Yeah,
Peter,
that drops another shot here or two. He's chasing, so getting a 2 here keeps him in the set.
Absolutely. And these markers' new bibs are looking very spiffy.
Yeah, a lot lighter, cooler.
Yeah. There's so many innovations here. Eh?
New colour jacks.
Yep. Good looking markers. Good start from Pete.
Very good start.
Yeah. Settling down now a little bit.
I'd like to score on this end. He's just feeling that the game's getting to that stage where he's got to start making things happen. Lovely
Very
reply
good
from
reply.
Anneke. Great
Very
weight.
good. Well, the last thing you want here is to be short, so find Anneke's bowl or get hold of the jack.
A little tuck on the jack will be great. It's coming up short by about a foot.
Might force Anneke onto the forehand.
Nice smooth delivery.
Unbelievable, yeah.
She got the weight. Certainly got the line. Just coming up short. Well, Peter will be looking at adding that foot of weight. Al, sit on the bowl, sit on the jack. Finished behind, a lot of options. Is he going to get back? Hasn't got the weight.
Yeah, with his first ball, any of his next two would have been better through the head. He'll be disappointed with that.
Fancy Anneke to be up at it.
He's going to come
To
back
add
from
it
there.
that weight. Got the weight, just missed the line.
Just missed the line slightly.
Alright, Mr. Harvey's got a chance here to make two.
And he doesn't want to drop another one short, that's for sure. Certainly added the weight too much. If it stays on, it'll be okay.
So, just slightly wide of the line. Anyway, good. One is good hunting. So Emma's gone up 9-4 on Eugene after 8. They're playing the last end.
That means the set's Emma's.
Yes. Back it up for a tiebreaker, Alan.
Yep. Yeah, Ian was saying earlier on, you've got a guy like Jeffrey Clausen who looks after the greens here. And he plays bowls. And when you look around this clubhouse and you look at the greens specifically and you look at the banks, we've just installed artificial banks, all 3 greens at Constantia. They're marvellous. The one club that I wouldn't put artificial banks down is this club.
Absolutely.
There's no point. They're
No,
manicured.
They're so well manicured. I agree.
Yeah. I think they use toenail clippers here too.
On the practice day, I sat on the bank having a chat to Wayne Roberts, and I was slightly reprimanded by somebody.
I'm sure.
I should know better.
It's the one advantage of our artificial, you can sit on them now. And we do a lot of company all days and things like that. They play a bit of bowls and everything, and the first thing that they do, they're all youngsters, they come, they sit on the bank, and then you say to them, there's certain rules in the thing, and the one thing is don't sit on the banks, and they all stand up quickly. But we don't have to worry about that anymore. When you come down to Cape Town, we'll find some time. I invite you to Constantia, see what it looks like,
Be nice.
see the changes, go for a bit of lunch.
Thanks, Al. That'll be great. Peter's on a good line here. Weight's pretty good too. Well
Very
played,
good
Peter.
bowl.
Little indifferent start from Anneke on this end.
Closer, yeah.
Number. She certainly doesn't lack BMT
No.
at the level that she's played,
Yeah.
with distinction.
Yeah. And normally the ones that get to the top are the ones that have got the BMT. Peter's close. Oh,
Just ever so
fantastic.
slightly over on the line.
If the microphone picked that up, it's a bit of a squeal.
I don't think she tried too hard with that last bowl. Right, so Anneke takes a 6-3 lead after 7. Peter will most certainly start feeling a little bit of pressure.
Yeah,
Sort of a do or die end for him.
definitely. He's got to pick up the scene.
Alan, surprisingly, both players have sort of kept to the same length. There hasn't been a bit of a, sort of a change up on the length.
Yeah, I would have expected something from Peter, something different.
Something different. They both have sort of opted for the mat up 2 yards, probably just over the 30-meter mark.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a fine start.
Well, there's certainly been no need for Anneke to change the length, but I'm surprised Peter didn't do something. Like we saw Gerry in the game before, and he changed, pulled the mat up, but Ben's back is close.
Pretty good, yeah. Can he get down to it?
Unlucky.
Oh, very unlucky.
Just over the weight. Peter, you've got to do something, yeah, pal. You're running out of time. You're running out of bowls. Certainly got that away nicely. You're going to make it.
Slightly wide on the carrying a meter or so.
Big trouble. Anneke finds a bowl, it'll be good. That makes it much better. Takes away that little catch. Peter swinging to the forehand.
Giving herself a receiver.
Yeah. Tracking, yeah.
Oh, he looks good on the weight, Alan.
Tracking very good, yeah.
Oh, he's drawn number 1. That's a great bowl.
Yeah. Almost like a do or die. He had to do that, and he's come up trumps. Hold on. Oh, don't want to mention him. Trump, that is. Just didn't get back. What a good effort with good
Very
weight.
good effort, yeah. The intentions were quite clear.
Very clear.
Right, so Pistol Pete's got a chance here. Sit the bowl for 2, which will bring him right back into the set.
Got the weight. Dropped his weight. A bit disappointing.
Right, they've completed 7 ends. Anneke's got a slight lead, 5 shots to 4. Right, Al, let's see if he's going to make that change.
I would hope so. Nope.
Not yet.
Not yet. Unless he goes full. Oh, that's pretty close to full, Johan. So he has changed it up slightly. I mean, it was about 3/4. He's gone on a full 2 meter now.
Ella Murphy and Eugene Ferreira's locked in the little tiebreaker. Emma's taken the first end of the tiebreaker.
Looking good, yeah.
Oh, it's a great start from Peter. He's finding that line quite nicely, the D-chant.
You can't afford to take negative grass on that end, that's for sure. You put it out there and it'll come back. Good opener from Anneke. That should be close. See what Debbie says. 1 to Anneke. Push it. Not quite there. Nothing wrong with that.
Great effort.
Yeah. Found the outside of the ball, needed the inside for
Could
a
turn
little
into
shot.
a bit of a measure now. Oh, she still holds.
Slightly tighter line. Am I blaming him? Is that enough?
Lacking a bit of weight there. Oh.
Yeah. I think he might have just giving measure.
Just a quick date, sorry, we're jumping back to the Emma Eugene game, but they've locked together at 1-1 each in the tiebreaker.
Oh, well
Oh,
bowled.
it's a great bowl from Anneke.
Yeah.
Peter's having a good look at this. He needs to do something, you know, even if he just gets one shot, Al, to square up the set playing the last.
Yeah.
But score, he's got to score. And the head is just not lying nicely for him.
Anneke could be holding 2 there, which would really make it, put it in her in the driving seat. He's got it. No. Very unlucky. Gets that bowl square, I think he's got the shot.
You just think what Debbie's going to show. It's one green and a measure. Anneke she looks very focused, doesn't she?
All the time.
Very, very focused.
Anneke draws a good one here and gets a 2 or 3. I think it takes it out of Peter's reach. Good effort. It's got to be close. 1 out.
You know, Alan, whether it's 1 or 2, when you're chasing more than 2 on the last end, it becomes very tricky. could still sort of live with 2, but when it gets to, when you're looking at 3 and more at this level,
Definitely.
it's very tricky.
Yeah. Let's wait and see what Debbie says.
Two shots. So Peter will be looking at a full house.
Needs a 4. I don't see how Peter can get out of this one. Not the way Annike's been playing. Gonna have a bit of a meltdown to give him a chance. Pretty good opener. Well, should be happy with that. Peter's got to draw 4 inside that ball.
No problem, Al.
It's a problem now.
He's overcooked it.
Now it's a problem. As long as the balls are past the jack, he's got a chance.
Got a chance,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Excellent bowl from Anneke. I think he's pretty close here. Good effort, Peter.
It's almost become sign the card, I'm afraid.
No, there's no full house here, Alan.
Yeah, if he actually with his second bowl got onto the jack and not the bowl, he might have had a chance, but
I'm afraid to say Pistol Pete's running out of ammo.
Pistol Pete's next bowl will be a blank. I think he declared that ball. Well, that's Anneke's game. Takes Peter Harvey out. Two sets to love. Johanna's departing and going to do an interview with Anneke. Just to give you an update, we will be back on air around 1:15. So you've got time to go to the kitchen and make yourself something to a tea or coffee and something to eat for lunch, and come back to us and join us for the game Wayne Roberts against Armand Ascaray.
face the camera. Well done, Anneke.
Thank you.
Great display. How did you find the greens?
They're good. Yeah, no, very well prepared, and the speed's nice. So yeah, I'm happy.
Fantastic. Anneke, you've played all over the world. How do you rate this qualifying event at Durbanville?
Definitely part of the top 3 for me. Yeah, no, the organizing is exceptional, and just everything just happens on time, and yeah, no, the commentary's good, and
Thanks very much.
and yeah, no, the camera work, can't complain about that. We know Talking Heads has been doing a lot for bowls, so yeah, no, definitely. I think everyone's just getting compliments from here on.
You would obviously love to go and play at Potter's Resort like Colleen did and go and show off your skills.
Sorry?
You'd probably obviously love to win this
sorry.
tournament and go through to the Potter's Resort to play in the PBA event in the UK,
Oh yes.
like Colleen, your friend, did.
Yeah, no, that'll be an awesome experience. If I do qualify, I'll take it with both hands, and yeah, just give it my all. I mean, it's you don't get that every day, so yeah.
Anneke, you're always going to have a tough game against Peter Harvey. You've known him for years, great competitor. Where do you think the game changed in your favour?
I think in both sets I was lucky to pick up a 3, but I just kept my head down and tried to not play too attacking, just rather settle on the green, just find my draw, my line and my weight. And that.
You seem to be you were good on your line, you were good on your weight, you seemed very focused, so it's all good and upwards.
Yes, yeah, no, I really enjoyed it.
Your next opponent, Kraus?
Yes.
Yeah. You know anything about him?
Not too much, but I think he plays for correctional services, if I'm correct. But yeah, no, I haven't played against him or in any competition, yeah, so I'm not sure what to expect.
Take it as it comes.
Yes.
Anyway, well played, congratulations and good luck for your next game.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is our third session of singles. I'm really looking forward to this game, not that they're all exciting, but I think we're in for a cracker. The first player that I'd like to invite onto the green is a 22-year-old. He's won the Champs of Champs in the Western Province. He recently won a silver medal at the South African Inter-District. Please put your hands together. Ascaray. Good luck, eh?
Thank you.
Right, and his opponent this afternoon, bit of a beginner. Currently the world number 4 player in the world. Recently got to the quarterfinals of the Champs of Champs in New Zealand. He's a previous winner of the PBA South African leg of the singles 2023. Please welcome Wayne Roberts.
Right, thanks for that, Johan. As you say, what a game we have in store here. Game number 3, Wayne Roberts against Armand Ascaray. The wind's picking up, as you can hear. So, phew.
Are you on the WhatsApp? Are you on the live?
Yeah, I've got a group here, the Fair Tree group. So
Yeah.
So, needless to say, I got a complaint from Gerry Baker. As you know, he keeps all his feelings to himself. But he says we must stop telling people that the bowls are 2 meters short. We must rather tell them what's going on in the other game. So I'll take his advice. And I'm not a type of guy that you get confrontational. You know me, Johan.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure you would have told him what to do, but I bit my tongue. They're busy playing trial ends at the moment. I'm just going to see if I can get past. So if you're patient, as you scroll, it'll open up the other games I see. This app is available under Fair Tree. And it's gratis, free. You can go on there and log in and you'll pick up all the scores. Most of the games in round 3 are early days, although some of them could be round 2 still. Is that right? It is, eh? Some people are only playing their second game now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So Wayne Roberts in his opening game against Lydia Maritz was forced into a tiebreaker, played on C1, battled a little bit with the lines. I think he'll be happy to be on on B1. He knows the rink quite well.
Yep.
So an interesting little section they've got there, Ellen. It's Lydia Maritz, as I said, that went awfully close. Armand Ascaray, that's got to give himself a chance here. And Louis Burkett, that got up against Armand, so all to play for. Both the players are playing with aero grooves. So little Armand had a very good interprovincials, playing at 3 for Cabos. You know, he's 22 years old, he's maturing nicely, Alan.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if he can control that exuberance of youth, which I think sometimes comes to the fore, where he backs himself more on the hit than he does on the draw. I think he's got a lot of potential.
He's got all the shots.
Yeah.
I think it's a bold step that Western Province electors took, shuffling that team, putting Nick Rustling at 2, Armand at 3, Cabos at skip. But it's certainly it's paid off.
Yep.
They showed a lot of potential and guts and courage.
Yeah, I think credit where credit's due. I mean, when I first looked at it, I thought, wow, you know, 2 youngsters, even though Cabos has been around, obviously, with Namibia for many years, playing at a very high level. When you get to inter-district, it's a little bit harder, a little bit stronger.
It's a big step up.
But they did very well together. And Nick Rustling to second. I've got a sneaky suspicion it almost might have been a request from Nick. Give him a chance to play second and lay the foundation. And Herman Huisamen and Kevin Douglas. I wouldn't mind giving up my place for 2 guys like that.
No, listen, obviously Nick brings a lot of experience to that team, settles nerves, makes, you know, gets them to calm, that sort of thing.
Yeah, on this rink is finishing. It's you can see it's actually, with every match that's been played, it's just finishing a little bit more. It's going to be close. Good start.
Yeah, down the line straight away,
Yeah.
Alan.
Yeah. Giving himself a chance, yeah.
Very close.
Well played,
Nice
Armand.
played well.
Yeah.
Alan, that must be at least a size 13 shoe, if not a 12. It's massive. They look like skis.
Yeah, I believe they were making comments about it at the Inter-District. And looking at the colour, they must have been sponsored. Nobody would buy those shoes.
Just a little bit quick on the pace.
Yeah.
Very close.
Unlucky. And not, he was looking for both there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Just got the one.
Just nipped his line a little bit, yeah, Armand. But it's good enough for second.
Yeah. Wayne's got to go back on the draw, yeah. It's not going to make the trip. Might have
Good start for little Armand. You know, it'll settle the nerves, Alan.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think Wayne's going to have a game. Yeah, it's not going to be a gimme.
Having a chat to Wayne, I just don't know how match sharp he is. You know, he hasn't played much competitions. He's put in a bit of time. He was putting it down yesterday in the practice. He was putting it down beautiful. A lot of nice control, nice, and you know, the rhythm was good. Hell of a player.
And that move to New Zealand, is that a given?
It's on the cards. It's from what I hear, nothing's been concluded. The air ticket hasn't been bought, the visa hasn't been issued, so who knows?
With your national selector cap on, you must be disappointing to lose somebody of his
Absolutely, yeah. Big loss.
Yeah. Well done.
You know, over the fact that he's a very good player, Alan, I think you're reading it the same way. He's a very versatile player for all conditions. He's proven that he can play on quick surfaces when he's going to New Zealand, running at 18. He was very good at the indoor arena, at Potters and a few others that he's played on. He's used to slow greens coming from the tell.
Armand making up his mind what he should do. He's changing his hand. Not far away, yeah. Very good. Well bowled, Armand.
Our marker for this game is Mr. Colin Henderson. I must say the standard of the marking is top notch, Alan.
Now we've seen 3 excellent markers here. Very good ball, Wayne. Yeah. Now the standard of this immediately is very impressive. Both found their line, they found the weight. It bodes well.
Love to see this going into a tiebreaker, Alan. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. It all depends on what Wayne thinks.
It's far off. Shane's it very favourable.
Yeah. It's the one to Wayne.
I think anything behind the jack is good here for Wayne Roberts.
Brilliant.
Sorry, it was the last ball.
Yeah, it's okay. I wasn't going to correct you.
Apologies.
No problem, mate. I'm sure the viewers will forgive you. Two very good opening ends, Johan. Very good standard.
They both settled down quite nicely to the line.
Just a few random scores here. Warrenstein and Roger Boulet are 2 each. Not too sure how many ends. Wally Brown and Kevin Douglas, 1 each. Van Poel has got off to a flyer. He's 7-2 up against Jaco Danishan. Morne Scheepers is 4-5 down against Mr. Bowles. Herman Huisamen is up 5-3 against Brian Truter. Jenny Jones is 6-2 up against Cully. And I'm glad I've got to this score because Gerry Baker's up 3-0 against Edmund Als. So anybody that's here that can confirm that I've mentioned Gerry, please give them a heads up. Well bowled.
Missing his line a little bit, yeah. Short on the weight. Armand. Oh, this looks pretty good, Alan. Oh, well played.
Great ball.
Great ball.
Yeah. I don't think Armand can afford to slip. You know, if he does, I think Wayne's going to make him pay.
Oh.
Better bowl here.
It's close.
Just running through,
Finished well though.
Yeah. Not serious at the
Alan,
moment.
Wayne's a very tall guy, puts it down so smoothly.
Brilliant.
Very smooth.
Doesn't want to touch that. Little unfortunate, eh?
Yeah, he's done well, but he's opened it up a little bit. He's got a good opportunity.
Give Armand a chance, yeah. Is he going to hold?
Needs a little flick. Good weight. Very good weight for the shot.
Very good weight for the job, yeah. Two. Looks like 2 to Wayne.
This is this sort of game is what our youngsters need, Alan. This is such great exposure for young Armand. Great experience to play a chap like Wayne Roberts on the TV rink. Can only bring him on.
Absolutely. Sorry, if you heard Johanna and I whispering there, it's just on the rink next door. I think is that Gerry Baker's?
No, that's Louis Buerta. That's Fred Buerta's son, the tennis player.
Okay.
He's been playing for about 2 years.
was a perfect line from Armand. He's just ended up a metre short. I'm sure Wayne will fix up his line. Was perfect. He may have gone a little bit wider, yeah. Added a bit too much. Huh? See if Armand can make that adjustment to his pace.
It's got better weight here, Alan.
That's going to ease the pain a little bit for him. Yeah. Oh, well played.
Well played, Wayne Roberts.
Well played.
How's the weight here?
His weight's over the weight, but he'll get a result. Ah. Yeah, look, he needed that ball square and he would have got a good result.
Well, he cut it down.
Yep.
Just the one. Just some information to our viewers for the streaming. Session 4 at 3:15. We've got a singles game. It's section 14. It'll be Esme Kruger versus Neil Burkett. Should be another humdinger.
Neil said I mustn't mention anything about age. He just had a birthday the other day, so I'm not going to say anything, Neil, other than happy birthday. Wally Brown is 6-1 up against Kevin Douglas. That's a little bit of an upset. What a correction. Yeah, what a correction. I hope for the quality of the game that Armand can hang in there with this pressure that he's under. He's going to have to pull out all the stops. Better bowl here.
Shot drawn.
Another good bowl. He's corrected his line on this one. What result is he going to get? Nothing. One out. Well, they were predicting 4 o'clock rain here. Certainly doesn't look good.
Yeah, it's starting to build up, and that's where the rain comes from. The north, is it?
Yeah,
Alan?
northeast.
Yeah, northeast.
In Joburg, he would have been heading for cover. Looks very thundery.
So Armand picked up a much needed 2 shots there. Brings him back into the set, trailing at 5-4. Looks like a good start.
Looks very good.
Very good on the weight. Well done, Armand.
It's a great start.
He's good again.
Good again, yep. Another great ball. Very good.
That's brilliant.
Possibly thinking about a bit of weight.
Yeah, he might.
Let's
pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Certainly good weight. Needs to come around that short bowl of his. Looks like another good one. Not a bad ball in that position.
Never
considering
wasted, Al.
Considering the position, he's holding 2 good ones. There it comes.
One out. next door to this rink, Lydia Maritz has just collected 3 shots. So she trails 6-5 with 1 in to go in the first set. It's to Louis Buerta from Boland. Is he up? Armand? Yeah, he is. Well played, Armand. Those are 4 very good bowls. Armand's just
No, they have been, yeah. Yep. Take your time, Wayne. Come and have a look.
Well, there's really 2 options, Al. He's either going to try and dead draw it on the 4, or he's got to have a run. He's having a good look as to whether both bowls can go if he gets it right.
Sure. I don't think bowl onto jack will be good for him.
I think he's been a bit scratchy with his weight. I think he might just be tempted to have a go.
If he catches the front ball right, he could get both, but as I say, the only concern for me is what happens if he gets the shot ball, onto the jack. That's not good.
He's certainly taken his time. He's having a go. Oh, he's pulled it. Right, so we got a new leader in the section from 4-2 down to 6-5.
Good fight back from Armand. That was my one concern, was under the pressure from Wayne, if he'd buckle, and he certainly hasn't. He's taken the pressure and he's taken advantage, be it slender.
On the very far side, on rink number 4, you've got Warren Stein playing out of Ferndale Bowling Club against Roger Boulay. 2 very good leads, so that should be a nice start game.
You said Roger's from Natal.
Yes. He plays a lot of bowls with Wayne Roberts and Dougie Bashford.
Okay.
He's led for them for many years. Very steady.
You know, with headquarters at Constantia, I was able to bump into some of the veterans who I'd actually competed against a few years ago. Steve van der Kerk, Dave Riley,
Oh yes.
Dougie Bashford, they were all there.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard they broke into Dougie's car while they were down there.
Right,
all,
yeah.
all 4 sets of bowls, and they were returned on a Saturday morning. You got a phone call from the police department. Everything was taken out of the bag except the bowls, so they got their bowls back at
Well, that's
least.
good.
They played the majority of the tournament with
Borrowed bowls.
borrowed
Yeah.
bowls. It's a good recovery from Wayne.
Yeah, I think when those sort of things happen and they rob, they steal the bag, they have no idea what's in the bag, and thank goodness they got the bowls back.
He's on a good line here, Alan.
If his weight's good, he's right on top. Is that
Really
enough?
fit. It's coming up a foot.
Yeah.
Armand's played a cracker. That's a great ball. So a nice shot here for Armand. He's still on the back ball. They got the weight. Unfortunately, he's come up short. Turned his back on that one, pushed it out a bit. Yeah, valuable 2 here for Wayne Roberts. Takes the lead again. Speed of the green has climbed up to 14.45.
Yeah, that was just one ball, so if they play a full end now, it might be an opportunity just to get a speed, although Wayne's bringing the mat up. I think it's a question that's asked quite repeatedly about speed of greens and the lines and how they're playing. I know you've introduced that into your interviews also, you know, to find out from the players. I think it's important, especially for the viewers. They can work out, you know, they got an idea of playing it in the home greens at 12.5, 13 seconds.
For people that don't really play bowls and don't understand how the speed is determined, it can be quite tricky sometimes to explain that to them. And I had that experience in China recently, trying to explain to a Chinese manufacturer of artificial outdoor carpeting that 14 seconds is quicker than 12 seconds. And he looked at me as if I'm mad, but eventually I got through to him.
No, it does. Yeah, new bowlers also come along and find it difficult to work that one out. Because normally in Cape Town, when it's like running 13.5 seconds, people say, oh, it's flying, you know, it's far from it, you know.
Oh, it's a magnificent correction from Armand. Well, I just get the feeling that this end could be a big deciding factor as to how the set goes.
What a great shot from Wayne. Moved it back about a metre, and definitely lying 2. Only if one can hold, he's just going to dip. It's a good second. Ideal result for Wayne. You have just move the shot bowl slightly, or especially the jack. It's just not going to come back, but I think his weight was good for the shot. Falls in, I think that's
Second
2.
shot.
That's 2.
Yeah. Big ball here for Armand. How's he looking, Alan?
He's not a million miles away yet. He's not a million miles away. Yeah, he needs the ball. Well,
what a magnificent
there
shot.
you go.
Well appreciated
What a
by
beautiful,
the crowd.
Brilliant pressure shot from Armand.
Right, they locked in together at 7-all.
Yeah.
After 8, final end of the first set. Fancy Armand will go long.
No, I think you called it, mate. It's
Sort of in between, probably 32 meters. The mat's up a yard or so.
Ran a little bit more than he was hopeful, but
you know, Alan, just looking at guys like Armand, there's so much talent in South Africa with our youngsters, and as you quite rightly pointed out earlier, just need more exposure at the international level. Not only will that add to them as players, but it'll whet the appetite.
And I think a huge advantage is they brought in the age levels, the younger age groups, and you know, it's an opportunity. I know you were up there for the under-30s, and we saw some fantastic bowls through that week.
You've got the upcoming nationals, the under-18s, 25s. I think it's in Bloemfontein. A lot of excitement building up for that one.
When does that start, Johan?
I think it's next week, if I'm not mistaken. And the advantage with technology and Facebook to hear the interviews from these little young boys, which we didn't have.
No.
It adds to the excitement, makes some of them feel like Hollywood stars. That's what you want.
Yep.
He's played it exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean, from that early age to be able to get that competitiveness is so important. And as you say, I mean, I listened to some of those interviews. They're wise beyond their years, some of these youngsters.
So quite rightly, Wayne has asked permission to go up. Have you ever heard a marker decline it?
No.
Not?
Never.
It's just courtesy, is it?
Absolutely. You know, and on that subject of courtesy, I mean, you know, you've played in events similar to this. You've played in this event, in fact. And when you get to this level, you just get that fantastic camaraderie, don't you? I mean, it's just between the players, and I think the mere fact that they've made it to this level, there's an appreciation of the ability and the quality, you know.
Sticking to his forehand here, Alan. There's still a little bit of room. And he sneaked back door. Very close.
Measure.
Marker is indicating it's a measure.
Well, if Armand, I would think, would pick the forehand just to try and turn his ball over, right? Yeah. Just needs to turn that ball once for the shot.
Certainly got the weight, Alan. Oh, he's close. Oh, he's played it. Absolute curler. That was a great draw.
Great draw.
That shot he played now, almost, you know, that defines a good player from an average player, where he backs himself to beat his last bowl and slip the bowl with 4 or 5 inches, and he's just done that.
Yeah.
Lovely to see.
I think Wayne might have to switch to his backhand here because he can use his.
He's got a working bowl.
Exactly. Not going to bend. I don't think he'd be too disappointed with the weight on that. He had to play with that sort of weight, but went a little bit too wide.
Almost looked like that bowl got a little bit of a kick with that weight, Alan. So it's definitely 1 to Armand. They're measuring for 2. Right, we wait for bated breath. I think it's 2, Alan.
Yeah, I think it's all been turned back to 0, unfortunately, but it's either 8 or 9-7.
Oi. It's one of my first hits and he says I'm clueless.
Yeah. There's Johan having to field a question here from the rink next door. It's a little bit concerning when the guy says, come and take my place. I mean, what an opportunity to play in a competition like that.
And he's won the first set.
Won the first set and he's giving it away.
He's down 2-1 after 2.
Yeah.
And his mindset is, I haven't got a clue.
Good starter from Armand. His tail's up.
Champion bowler is up against it. Wayne is just not being sharp. He hasn't been the Wayne Roberts we know. And he's been out of competition for a while. So if he can get through this, I think he'll pick up as the tournament progresses. And there's no doubt Armand's tail is up.
Absolutely.
Snipping his line again.
Yeah.
Bit surprising that he changed hands. He's playing that line so well.
Played it so well. Yeah, he played it with pretty good weight also. So why he felt he had to switch hands? And the ball's in his hand, so
Wayne's gone slightly wider.
looks good, yeah. Looks very good, yeah.
The touch on the jack will be great for him. Oh, well played.
Mark has been over-accommodating now.
Not necessary. To send an invite out, in my opinion.
That's okay. Having a run?
Well, he's got the best back, L, so it's worked out well.
Absolutely. Very well. Could be two.
Could be one, it could be three. It's two.
Two, yeah.
Good result.
What a great shot. He needed to do something special. Game was going very much in Armand's favour, and he needed something to turn it around, and he's done exactly that.
Absolutely.
Great shot.
Oh, he's asked for a measure.
No.
No.
Wayne also opting to go to the 2 metre. Sorry I haven't been taking your comments. I've been trying to accommodate Gerry Baker. Let's see. Shirley Valentine. Is that for real? I saw a movie once.
Your lucky day.
Go my little Emma. Okay. Wayne plays with quantums. It's from Nick Horn.
Quite right. I said earlier, madam, I said it was grooves. I apologise.
Leon, I don't know what time you posted this. Where is the live streaming? On YouTube, mate. You find Cape Town Bowls Talking Heads and you should be able to link on to the streaming.
Far better end Wayne's put together. His first 3 opening bowls. One's very close here. What, Alan? Oh, it's a great second.
Gian's Corolla. As I've said before, sorry for those of repeating myself, but the results you can find if you go to the apps and you look for the Fair Tree app, you'll see all the scores, all the results. You just scroll down and you'll see the PBA event, and you link onto that one and you should be able to find all the results blow by blow as they're happening.
You know, Alan, that last bowl that Armand played just showed the maturity that he's showing. I think in previous times he would have probably played with weight. He drew a very good second shot. He's just cut his line a little bit. One down is not the worst.
Yeah, Mark Hensberg. Any comments about Anneke's half twist on her backswing? Popular amongst the youth nowadays. What do you say, Johan?
Well, has he seen Wayne Perry's delivery?
You took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, look, Mark. You know, I say this to anybody that's willing to listen. You know, if you get into, obviously the ideal delivery would be a Gerry Baker where you take a short step, little backswing, so simple. That's the thing. Keep it simple. But I've seen some weird and wonderful deliveries in my time, and they make it work. So as long as you're doing it consistently well, and the same.
Alan, that little twist is okay, as long as when you come through that you're online with your point of aim, etc. Interesting thing with Wayne Perry. Have you heard why he actually has that little?
No, I know. I mean, I've seen him do it for years, but
the story tells us when Wayne started playing bowls, watching his mum and dad at a very young age. On his backswing, the bowl used to fall out of his hand because of the weight. He was too strong, too weak. Sorry, to hold the bowl, and he created this little complete twist to keep it up, and it stayed with him his whole career.
Delicious. Yeah, I'm sure in the days when he first started playing bowls, there weren't zeros and ones and twos and threes and
lots of fives and sixes.
Fives and sixes and sevens and another great bowl, yeah. That's brilliant.
It just seems that Wayne over the last end or two has just
getting back
moved
into
up
a
a
rhythm.
gear.
Yeah. That's what the top bowlers do. They realise they're in a bit of trouble, and somehow or other they're able to switch it back on again. Concentrate and focus a little bit more.
I think it all started with that very good running shot he played, Alan.
100%.
Is that on the first end of the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a 2. It looks very good again.
It's under Armand's bowl. It's under it. It would have been very good if he got under it. Playing with a bit of controlled weight. It's not far away.
Oh, 1 out.
Unlucky. Could just as easily have got the jack there.
Very good effort.
Yeah.
Next door, old Louis Burkett was down 6-1 in the second set after winning the first set, and I don't know if you noticed, he went for a toilet break. Dokovic.
That's the last thing. Please, it's the last thing you should have said. Ah, God, you got a supporter in Pam now. That's for sure. Can't stand Djokovic.
He's never lost a game after toilet break. I wonder why.
Please stop.
Is it that painful, Alan?
It's bad. It's bad.
I rate him as the second best athlete of all time after Tiger Woods. That's just my opinion.
Wow.
Shall I stop right now?
No. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. I've never thought of it from that point of view. I just know from a tennis point of view.
The fitness and longevity he has shown in his career is just
Yeah.
phenomenal.
Yeah. You know, you get personalities in bowls, tennis, and my phone's ringing. Sorry, Tony, I can't take your call. Yeah, so I mean, not everybody's going to be a Rafa Nadal, where he never smashed a racket, or he, you know. So it takes all different personalities and nature, and every now and again the guy will, you know, lose his temper and.
Look, there's no doubt. Sorry, we're going on to tennis, but I mean, Federer was so pleasing on the eye. It was just pure grace.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to bowls.
Yep.
Wayne is certainly hitting his straps. Well, he's played another good bowl.
I don't know if it'll come back from there, Armand.
He's gone too wide, I think.
Yeah. Let's try. Came back further than I thought.
Sure.
Yeah.
What a bad effort.
One in a measure. When he plays with weight and he gets a result, I'd say it's a good ball, but I don't quite understand why he had to do that. But let's see if Wayne makes him pay for that. Oh, he's also playing with a bit of weight. Looking to play across the end, across the head. What's going to happen? Nothing. I think he was looking for Armand's bowl there.
He's on the charge again, yeah. Alan needs a bit of help.
Yeah,
not going to get it.
I don't know if that's a percentage shot. Anyway, if he gets it, as I say, he's a hero.
In my opinion, Alan, it all started with that short bowl.
Yep.
You know, it just took the draw, the
line,
natural draw line out of the equation, and made him play with sorts of different weight. Could be costly. I think it's 3.
Yeah, I definitely think if it's 2 or 3 shots here, it's going to be very difficult. I think we're looking at a shared set, 1-1. We had Cape Town Bowls, Talking Heads, and Luke Ellis doing streaming of the veterans at our club. So Luke was there the whole week. Cape Town Bowls, Talking Heads came up on the Friday to do the final, and decided to help Luke in the commentary for one game. And then I thought, no, not a good idea. With 8 players on the rink playing in a fours game, to try and get that across to the players, you know, which you can understand. I mean, you know, they're used to standing and watching the line. They stand behind the jack, very difficult for them to get out the way. So you can have a good clear sight.
Sounds like you had a nightmare.
Well, no, I just, it's so much easier doing singles and pairs. But having said that, Luke did a brilliant job throughout the week. And I think you might see Luke doing it on a more regular basis now.
And rated highly by yourself as a good up-and-coming young player.
Yeah, Luke, without saying, Luke is one for the future, as are the Vaughan brothers, Stephen and Dan. I think as a club we're very fortunate to have a 30-year-old and two 20-year-olds join our club. It gave me a new lease of life last year. I asked him to play certain competitions and loved it. Absolutely loved taking these youngsters. And then I got to a point where I thought this year maybe we need somebody younger to take over. So I approached Peter Harvey and he agreed to do it. And what a pleasure for those youngsters to now have somebody like Peter Harvey at the helm.
Wealth of experience. So Wayne Roberts has taken a commanding lead here of 6 shots to 0 after 5. I think we could be heading into a tiebreak, Alan.
Certainly looks like it at this stage.
Sorry, that's after 4 ends, not
well,
5.
Well, Armand has certainly got to score multiples in the next couple of ends. Otherwise, as you say, tiebreaker on the cards. Our first.
See what the toilet break does. He's still 1 down on the set though. That set's gone. Those shorts Cully van der Merwe is playing with, are those short longs?
Well, you certainly can't see his knees, but then he is short. Yeah, they go down well below the knees.
Or are they long shorts?
I'm not fashion conscious, but I think they may be about
neither is he.
3 or 4.
Funny enough. Hy's 'n visserman.
I'm not a dedicated follower of fashion.
Hy's 'n visserman. Oh, that's a great ball.
Shot. Played into trouble and got the result.
He must be saying to himself he's got to score on this end.
Yeah.
As you say, a multiple.
He's got to score. He's got to score 2 multiples.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment, definitely 1.
Yeah, second shot is the first ball that Wayne played, the front ball.
Let's see. It's a little bit over the draw, yeah. If you can gets the jack is good. That's 3.
Yeah, that's well played. Youngster showing a bit of grit.
Yeah. 1 ball to come for Wayne.
What we want to see.
Playing with controlled weight.
He's line though.
Doesn't like it.
No.
Doesn't like it.
So all of a sudden,
we possibly 4.
We could have a boundary.
Yeah. So we've gone off tennis and now we're into cricket.
I think Louis needs to take another toilet break. Sorry, Louis. Well, he's changed to the forehand, Alan.
Why?
And he looks pretty good.
That's why.
That's why, Alan. What do we know?
Why.
What do we know?
That's 4 great balls.
Magnificently played.
Yeah. Talking about toilet breaks. I played in the Nationals. I'm going back many years.
Sort of what, 1968, 67.
No, it would have been early 90s, I would think, late 80s, early 90s.
Just checking out.
Yeah, no, but I'm not that 10 years difference, mate. Went up to Joburg, and it was, I think, the very first year that the national pairs you were allowed to play with your own. Remember the old days? You could pick a partner. So if you were knocked out, maybe it's before your time.
Long before my time. Didn't know that even existed.
Yeah. Speak to
All right,
Burke.
so
Speak to Burke.
You can pick a partner.
Okay, you can pick a partner. You get knocked out the singles. You can find anybody. It didn't matter. It's very similar to what they're doing at the moment, where you can play with anybody from any club.
Yes.
So in those days, you got knocked out the singles. You pick a partner. You could be standing in the pub, sitting in the pub, and you say, "Well, let's play together." So the very first year, Constantia's side goes up, and there was a chap that played for us called Peter Whiston. He's emigrated back to the UK. I haven't seen Peter for donkey's years. And Peter Whiston was playing in a very tight game, and his opponent said, "Do you mind if I go to the lose?" And Peter said, "Well, what can I say? Off you go." Anyway, the guy disappeared, and obviously it was getting darker. It was in Joburg.
Yeah.
And Peter Whiston thought, "No, man. No. This guy's taking far too long."
As he left.
So he climbed this, I think it was Beaconsfield or something like that, and he went up the stairs and got to the toilet, opened up the toilet door, and there that guy was standing in at the front of the mirror combing his hair.
No.
He was combing his hair. So you talk about toilet breaks.
Jeez.
Good example. Armand needs to.
So he came out back looking better.
I don't know
what's the moral of the story.
Well, the moral of the story is he took a toilet break and took advantage of it. It had nothing to do with the fact that he had to go to the toilet. He was just playing for time.
Well, they're looking at it. It's a measure.
Yeah, Peter Whiston didn't take too kindly to that. He was not happy.
Sure. You can be glad his skip wasn't Bull Mosley.
He was skipping.
Yeah.
The consistent Jeff Perro, he would be able to verify my story. No, Jeff was playing with me, sorry. Kevin Douglas's father, he was the other player, Eddie Douglas. It was Eddie and Peter and myself and Jeff Perro.
Also a good one, Eddie, like his son.
Eddie.
Play.
Eddie could play. He came out of that era of 1980s where Mowbray used to win everything. Alan Johnson, Dennis Granger.
I remember Dennis used to lead for France.
Uh-huh.
Good to see. Right, so Armand will be looking at a slight little trail here. Or even just a front toucher will be good enough.
It's not going to make it.
Oh. Just lacking a bit of pace there, Alan. It's a little naughty, I know. It's a little touch on the jack would have been great. Wayne Roberts straight back to the mat, also known as Plumber.
And that's because he is a plumber.
He's a plumber.
Okay. Well, then it's not as funny. If they call him plumber for another reason, it might be funny.
Let's not go there. Is he going to stay up, Alan?
He's looking at Flick. He wants it to hold.
Yeah, that's a great shot. May have turned it into two.
So Armand had just got himself with a 4 back into the game, and Wayne might have said, "Hold on a second, where are you going, youngster?"
markers indicated. It's 2 shots to Wayne Roberts. He takes an 8-4 lead after 6 ends.
Well, Pierre Paul, if you tell Cully, then Johan's in trouble. So rather don't spread it. I think Cully's going to find out about your comment on pence. Just remember, Pierre, I said nothing.
Sure, Pierre sees the funny side of it.
Hope so.
Cully will accept it. He'll take it.
Yeah, Keith, Oral has got a question for us here. When a mark is measuring and he or she accidentally moves, knocks the jack, what happens from that?
You should know the answer to that, Alan.
Well, I know the answer. I was hoping you'd be able to.
You tell me.
Well, I think the marker's in trouble.
Yes.
Because he certainly...
Both players agree
Yeah.
to replace the jack where they believe it was.
Yeah.
That's fine. But otherwise, if there's a discrepancy, they'll have to replay the head.
Yeah. Yeah, look, you're always going to get in that situation. Somebody's going to be happy and somebody's going to be disappointed. But the fact of the matter is that I think the marker should have propped the bowls so that they won't fall over.
Well, never mind, move the jack. I've heard of markers that have actually picked up the jack while the bowl was approaching.
Oh.
You know that story?
God.
Between Nando Gatti and France Duplessis at the SA Masters many years ago. Oh, he's good here again, Wayne.
Yeah.
All 5 bowls on the centre line, Alan.
Absolutely.
Nice to see.
The weight's good, he's so close here. He's going to run past. Just a little bit too much weight. I can recall playing in a game many years ago where we called the marker and the white ball had been moved into the ditch. They had to take that mark, that measure out that rolls down with a string.
Okay.
Long measure, 2 meters, decided which was the shot. Doesn't really matter, doesn't affect the story who picked up the shot. Got onto the mat, picked up the mat, walked to look for the jack and I couldn't find it. The marker had actually put the jack in his box. Makes the trippies good. Couple of feet and he would have been in the count. Another big bowl for Armand. It's not going to hold.
It's the only bowl that's left the centre line.
Mm.
What a wonderful observation, Alan. Right. Certainly weather-wise, you can feel it starting to build up, Alan.
I think we're going to, I hope, everything crossed. I just hope that we're able to see out today's play without rain, although looking out over the hill there, looks like it's headed our way. It's a must call for a month here. Otherwise we go to our first tiebreaker.
So in the next session, Alan, Esme Kruger will come into this game with a lot of confidence. I don't know how she's gone up till now, but since recently winning the SA Open Masters Ladies event in Wingate Park and getting back into the gold squad,
Yeah.
she'll come into the game with a lot of confidence.
Yeah. But you know, she's playing against the master bowler in Neil Burkett.
Fierce competitor.
Fierce.
This is
At the tender age of...
Still a bit of room for both players on this end, Alan. Just gone a bit wide again.
Armand line 2. This could be a very big ball for Wayne. You could let Armand back into the set.
A triple count here will be worth gold.
Is he going to hold? I don't think so.
Nice.
He's played another. We could get lucky.
Is that,
One and a measure to Armand.
do you say 2 or 1, or do you say 1 or 2? He's gone wide again. Oh, golden opportunity missed.
Yeah, from here it's very difficult to see if that ball that he pushed around. Well, Armand stepped back, so he must be hoping for more than one. You may have to call an umpire, yeah?
I think so.
No.
Two shots to Armand. So they're into the final end of set number 2. Armand needs a full house to win the game. Otherwise they'll be going into a tiebreaker, which is most probably.
Well, that's the start he wanted, that's for sure.
Brilliant start.
That's going to make it difficult. I think even when you're in a position like this, you're 10-6 down and it doesn't look like you can actually do anything in this set. It's important to keep that concentration and focus going, because you're going to go into a tiebreaker, and it's a case of don't switch off and then have to switch on again.
You've got to build on your mental strength for what's to come. You're almost multitasking. You're thinking of what length you should play and all sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, at the moment he's going to be so disappointed with his back ball.
And sometimes it's equally important not to think of anything. Short Anneke and Gerry Baker, when they played that last end, nothing to play for, preparing themselves for a tiebreaker, picked up a 6 and won a gold medal in Delhi.
Got it.
And the shot, I think.
Yeah.
Right, 11-6, favour of Wayne. Let's buckle up for the tiebreaker. She missed, yeah.
Well, you asked for a tiebreaker and you got it, Johan.
Right, so they'll be spinning a coin. See who goes off first. Armand has won the toss and he's elected to go.
No, he's giving it away.
Oh, is he gone? Is he giving it away?
No. He's allowed to give it away and he has.
What's your preference, Alan?
Play.
You play. Play the length.
Play,
you like.
yeah.
Get your first bowl.
Yeah.
Cut fuss.
Yeah. No. I don't.
Am I allowed to use that word? Cut fuss?
Very few Afrikaans speaking. Yeah, I've never quite understood that, having the last bowl in your hand, How does it help when you're under tremendous pressure? Try and put the pressure there first. Take advantage of being able to play your length and put your bowl as close as possible.
I think it really boils down to if there's a distinctive choice or selection of the length that you play. If it doesn't really matter, maybe go for the latter, play with the last bowl. But if you feel a lot more confident on a certain length, then I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
And I think in this case, he's given it away, and Wayne's now allowed himself to play the length that he likes to play.
Correct.
Which is mat up 3/4, where I think Armand would probably have gone longer.
Let's see what this first ball does.
Not a bad opener.
Maybe Armand thinks he did the right thing, but it's a good opener from Wayne. And he's too wide. Maybe too short.
Yeah, maybe not by too much. I think if you had another meter or so, you would have been right on top of it. Right, Wayne will be looking at adding that 6 or 8 inches. Needs to sit. Oh, not a bad ball. Oh, if he's got that extra weight. Oh, good effort. Yes, Alan, so this is where the BMT gets tested, eh? To the full.
Yeah.
Quite fancy Armand to sort his weight out here, fix it and
Get a
play
result
an
of this
effective
one.
bowl. Oh. Yeah, a little unlucky.
Very
Bit-
unlucky.
bit
Gets a
of a
little
edge.
bit more
It's all-
that bowl.
That's
Yeah.
all he needed.
Yep. I hope those people walking with the chairs aren't locals, because that means they're getting out the rain, or they're expecting rain.
He's got a bit of a challenge here. You know, both hands are the exact line to the jack is sort of blocked, so he's got to try and play that backhand and sort of hold it up, get a piece of his bowl. I think it's all about the weight.
No,
Gone
doesn't
around
like
his
it.
bowl,
Yeah, doesn't like
too
it.
much weight. Right. Can Armand take advantage? Needs to get back.
I think it's one of those sort of, whoever picks up shot jazz, it's basically gifted, because there wasn't a great first hit with a tiebreaker.
No.
Okay, here it comes.
You think he's going to fire?
I think he's going to stick the white ball in the ditch. Not exactly where he would have wanted the jack, but let's see what he does. Hey, I got that prediction right. You didn't even.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Wasn't a full drive.
No, but that's how you've got to play it. You can't have a full drive. Wayne's
Great-
going to make him
great
pay for it.
opening
Yeah.
bowled.
Now with that target, does he try it again? Yep. He's following it. He's looking it down. He's got the ball. Second prize.
I thought so. They got the board wrong. It was 1-2 to Wayne. Right, Wayne will be looking at getting more onto that centre line, as close as possible to the jack.
Yeah, so when I called that shot from Armand, I thought he'd picked one that head before, and that's why he was going for it. In hindsight, I don't think that's what he should have done.
Correct. Well, this is a great draw after playing two running shots. That's a top ball, Alan.
Absolutely.
Got a bit of weight behind this.
Is he going to slip the front one?
Just a little bit under. Here's the first few drops.
Yeah. weather report's wrong. They said 4 o'clock. It's only 3 o'clock. This makes it just a little bit more interesting. It's bound to slow the green down a little bit.
So Al, call a shot. Is he going to look for a piece of the ball on the forehand?
Yes.
Yeah. Very, very close. Very close.
Burnt. Spotted.
I think Armand could be in. Red ball.
Yeah.
Armand just questioning the actual placement of the jack. Does it get placed exactly on the center of the dot of the mark, or does, or is it the front part or the back part, etc.?
I think the Aussies actually put it on the back of the spot. There. I would measure it and then make an issue out of it.
Be that as it may, and that's a very good, interesting point. Because I mean, if it's close measure,
could be a factor.
Could be a major factor.
Yeah. I believe I'm right in saying only because I watched the streaming from Australia,
yeah,
that they placed the jack on the back of the white spot.
Actually taking a measurement from the ditch to the mark.
Okay. I don't even know if that's the right thing to do. Crash or a bang, we're trying to move our table back just a little bit.
1 to Wayne Roberts, and that's going to sit in the match.
Right, so next session is at 3:15, 15:15. So thanks for joining us with a comment for the viewing, and Johan is going to go out and do the commentary, or they're going to do the interview at least. So we'll take a break. Thank you.
Would you come and join me, Wayne? Congratulations. I think you were a little bit happier on this rink as opposed to this morning.
Yes, very much happier, yeah. C1 was very tricky. Lydia played very well against me, and yeah, I was lucky to get through that one.
I think the youngsters showed a lot of good composure at the age of 22. I think you'll agree with me, the first set you were a little bit scratchy. Beginning of the second set, you were under pressure, you played a great running shot, and I think that just elevated your confidence, and you actually put together a very good second set.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Armand. He played, like I say, like you said, he played very well that first set. He put me under pressure on a few ends. And yeah, I mean, if he didn't draw that shot towards the end there, then yeah, it would have been slightly different. But all credit to him for drawing it. And then playing a good cracker one in the last set. So yeah, I was happy overall, really, with the way I played. Just got to play better tomorrow.
Thanks for giving us the tiebreaker. It was our first one for the day. Bring a little bit of excitement to the viewers out there. And yeah, what can I say? Good luck for your next game, Wayne.
Thank you very much.
Right, good afternoon everybody. This is our final session of the day. It's section 14, it's a singles event. And the first player I'd like to call out, Commonwealth Gold Silver medalist. She's recently won the Open Ladies Masters at Wingate, making a debut from Hartenbos. Please welcome Esme Kruger. Welcome. Enjoy your game. Her opponent is a player whose name remained etched to the sport, a fierce competitor, a true legend. National single titles to his name, Neil Burkett. Play well, Neil. And with that, it's back to our commentary box, Alan Lofthouse.
Thanks, Johan. Thanks for that. Well, here we go. Round 4 today. I hope you've enjoyed the 3 games so far. I'm sure this one will be as good. As Johan was saying, one player of extreme form at the moment in Esme, and one player that will most likely never lose form in Neil Burkett.
Lost a bit of sound there on the mic.
Yeah, unfortunately the sound did go, but apparently that's got something to do with one of these
the weather.
objects.
Yeah. Lost a bit of sound there. Yeah.
It really can be a buggy.
Sleeping tablet. Do you know what the results have been so far in this section? How did Esme go and how did Neil go? Can we check?
I hope the game doesn't finish before I get this right, but let me have a look. Right, believe it or not, I tapped twice and I'm on the logs.
Well done, Al.
Gee whiz.
Coming a whiskey with that thing. Well done. Yeah.
Section 14.
14.
My normal luck is it'll stop after 13. Right. Esme's won her first game. Neil lost. Neil must have lost to Tyler Pitcher.
Yeah.
And Esme beat Miles Norman. Yeah. Yeah, Tyler's another one of those young up-and-coming bowlers. A member of this club. Plays out of the Boerland also. Joined Sierra's Bowling Club.
While you're at it, Alan, can you give us some more results of the other sections, please?
Just, you want me to go from 1?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, no problem. I'll just scroll down. I've got this taped. Okay, so section 1, it's completed for the day. Johnny D'Souza is 2 out of 2. Sean Thomas is 2 out of 2. Laura York has played 2, lost 2, and Morne Scheepers has played 2, lost 2. Section 2 is completed. Johannes van der Walt is top.
The exciting young Johannes van der Walt that's going to be playing for Gerry in the pairs. So he's off to a cracker, 2 out of 2.
Tennis Olofse is 1-2, lost 1, 1-1, lost 1. Ellen Lee is 1-1, lost 1. And Gillian Young hasn't won yet. Stoffel is top of the other section. Colleen is second. Colleen's lost a game.
Yeah.
Tony van der Poel has played 2, 1-1, lost 1. Ian Hamses hasn't won game. Judy Baker's 2 for 2. Herman Huisamen has played 2, 1-1, lost 1. Ryan Truter is 1-1, lost 1.
Wally Brown.
Wally Brown is top of section 5. Won both his game.
It's a bit
Kevin
surprising
Douglas,
Kevin has dropped both his games, Alan.
It is surprising. And Petula Fortain and Mark Bevis-Challenor have both 1-1, lost 1. Wayne Roberts 2 for 2. Lydia Moritz 1 up, 1 down. Louis Buerta 1 up, 1 down. Armand, unfortunately, who we've just watched, has lost both. Roger
One in a
Boulay,
tiebreaker, if I may add, to Louis, and now in another tiebreaker. So, bit stiffies. Roger Bull.
yeah,
Dodge,
he's
known
2
as
for 2.
Dodge. Yeah.
Yeah, Warren Stein is 1 up, 1 down. Cully's 1 up, 1 down. Jenny Jones has lost both. Kevin Smith 1 up, 1. Oh, that's an
wide
open section.
Robbie Robertson, Wynand Poel, Kevin Smith, and Jaco de Nation have both won 1 and lost 1.
Yeah.
That's wide open.
Okay, that section is only 1 game, and Jason's 1-1. And Petro Breert is 1-1. Nick Rustling has lost. Fred Buerta has lost. Stefan de Jager is 1 for 1. Megan van Zyl is 1 for 1. Wayne Perry lost, and Clayton Kleinhans lost. Section 11, Cornyn O'Dear is 1 for 1. Andrew Sturley 1 for 1. Betty Robertson lost, and Wayne York lost. Anneke Scheepers is 1 for 1. Gareth Nels 1 for 1. Tennis Kraus and Peter Harvey both lost.
So Emma Murphy got up on that tiebreaker to win that game. So she's gone 1 from 1. And she's leading that section alongside Garth Waite.
Esme is 1 for 1 title. We've done that. Davy O'Hearn's 1 for 1.
Davy boy.
Desi Rosenblatt 1 for 1. And Edwill and Adonis and Matthew Speedy are both lost. Final section, Barry's Barnard is top. Alan Nell is top.
Oh,
1 for 1. Nixa is lost.
Nixa lost his game.
And Trotsky is lost. Now, if you asked me at the beginning, I would have said that's the wrong way around.
Yeah, it should have read Nixa, Francois, and then the other two, with respect to the other two players. But they still got a long way to go.
That's how this game of bowls is, eh? Okay.
Right, this game is about to start. We've got a slight drizzle. The raincoats aren't out yet. Neil's won the toss and he's elected to get it going.
I got Jeffrey Rapkin from Israel just telling me I've been hacked. I know that. On a couple of occasions. I don't know why. I don't know what they hope to achieve.
Right, let's hope I get this one right. Neil plays with a Drake's Professional, and Esme is playing with a Groove, Aero Groove. Burks won't be too unhappy about his start.
No. See if Esme can make that slight adjustment. Seems to be on the inside of her bowl. Just not going to make it. Straight away, Esme is under a bit of pressure here. Neil's line 3.
So, Ellen, I've just been notified by our president, Mr. David Hammer, Bowl South Africa, that our selection expiry date for the World Cup later in November in Hong Kong has been extended. To the 27th of June. That's more or less when we have our next Golden Green Squad camp. As you know, we'll be selecting 2 men, 2 ladies and 1 non-travelling reserve per gender.
And this option is to select the best of the best, the top out of the gold squad?
Absolutely.
Only out of the gold
Absolutely.
squad?
Yeah. Not entirely sure. They Hong Kong has let us know, or World Bowls, that they'll be playing both indoor and outdoor. Not quite sure what the sort of split will be, how much indoor, how much outdoor, but I can only, from being there, you know, and you've been there.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't been to Hong Kong?
No.
You've got the outdoor greens both at Craig and Dow and Hong Kong Football Club. It's a broadleaf, and those greens don't easily get up to quicker than 11 or 12 seconds, so you'll be playing on those sort of greens, I would think, and then moving upstairs to the indoor centre.
Which runs it?
At Hong Kong Football Club, all next door at Craig and Dow, and they could run up to 17 seconds, so it's quite a big contrast.
Oh my word. Neil's switching very quickly onto the forehand. 1 bowl on the backhand, and I think he's taken a disliking to that. Looks pretty close here. If he runs it out, is he going to run it out?
Well, he played the backhand on the first end, going up the ditch, and so I think playing that bowl maybe just feel things out. It's early days, you can afford to do a little bit of a tester.
Yep.
Still a little drizzle out there. Nothing too hectic. I think this could be better weight, Alan. Oh, I think Burks has played a corker. Yeah, that's well played.
Yep. Good adjustment. What did Derek say? Measure.
You know, something about Neil that I've had the privilege of taking advice from him, and he's very strong on the centre line, not crossing it, and that's a great example of what he's on about.
Yeah.
And I think it really, at all levels, it's obviously very applicable, but I think very much so more in Australia with
I think that's where he learnt it from. Yeah, Neil and I have kept in touch over the years, no matter where he finds himself, Australia, Port Elizabeth or Cape Town. And yeah, he told me he picked it up from Australia. You just can't go under the line.
No, he just
sold it.
Flipped the line.
He knew it. He knew it from the moment it left his hand.
This is Miles Norman.
Yeah. Gets through the port, yeah. Little feather off that bowl.
Maybe a little back door.
Score.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think she's in. Well, that's the reward you get when you play with good weight, Al.
Correct. Esme goes into a lead 2-1 early days.
Sorry, Alan,
carry
did
on.
you say Kevin Smith? Did he win both his games?
Yeah.
Section 8?
Yeah.
I think that win, Alan, at Wingate for Kevin must have really elevated his confidence and his belief. Not that I ever believe he lacked it. He's too much of a sportsman, but surely a win, and especially against a legend like Neil Burkett, must have done wonders for his confidence.
No question. But as we were saying earlier on, Kevin comes from a sporting code background. He's played it all. Pretty good friend of mine who I'm staying with on Friday and Saturday night here in this area. Played hockey with him. So Kevin Smith has played a bit of everything and been pretty good at it also. And when even, I think he's been in the game for 8 years. But you could tell from the moment you met Kevin,
yes,
the one thing he didn't lack was confidence.
And commitment to putting in the time and the effort.
Yeah. He really believed that he could do it,
And tell me, Alan, has he pulled a tooth for you or not yet? Or don't you trust him that much?
I just don't trust dentists, so it's like Kevin Smith. Just to Esme, she started at bowls here in Cape Town, and in fact started at Constantia Bowling Club.
Is that so? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I had the very good fortune of playing mixed pairs with Esme for quite a few years, and I remember very early on, she said to me she's determined she's going to play for South Africa, and my reaction to that was, maybe set your sights a little bit.
It's a long journey.
It's a long journey, but she's proved me wrong. Very determined, always has been very determined to make it to the top, and she's done it.
Well, having said so, Alan, she obviously moved from here to Pretoria.
Yes.
Where she joined Wingate, and I joined Wingate after I've been a member of the high school always for many years, and I have recollections of the two of us on separate rings, afternoon after afternoon, rolling for a good hour and a half. So, very dedicated, committed player.
Looks like Burks is holding 2 at the moment.
Burks is in for the trifecta.
Yeah, jackpot, trifecta, tripler, you name it, he's in for everything.
Still loves his horses.
Oh, God. He was up watching the inter-districts at Constantia, and got to lunchtime, and he said, okay, he's got to go off, he's got to go place a few bets.
Have a little bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the racing scene, Alan, I know you're a soccer fanatic and not a horse racing fanatic.
Sorry.
But
Sorry. Can I stop you there?
Football.
Thank you.
Apologies. I'm a Anglicized Dutchman, and they've lifted the. It's a quick bit of information. They've lifted the export protocol, so we're getting horses out here far easier without the long extensions of quarantine, etc., and in a very short space of time we've been fairly successful both in Europe, at Dubai, and in America. There's a horse called Isivungu Vungu, a horse from Natal, named by the Hollywood Bet Syndicate, that has done exceptionally well. He's a great sprinter, and all of a sudden the prices of racehorses have escalated because of the rand dollar, so they're coming from all over the world to buy the better horses, and they so the average has moved up to in the excess of 400,000 rand.
Wow.
It was great for the breeding industry.
Yeah, and for those who aren't aware of it, you were heavily involved in breeding, weren't you? Horses.
Yes, Alan. Started off in my early days after my little stint in the army with being a racehorse trainer, assistant racehorse trainer, and then eventually breeding. I had a small little stud farm, had a bit of fun. Nothing as beautiful as a lovely looking thoroughbred.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I mean, I don't follow. I used to follow the horses when I was in my early days as an apprentice in the printing industry. And you worked for Cape and Transvaal printers, you had no choice but to get involved in horse racing. There was always somebody going down to the track and taking bets, and so we had some good fun backing horses in my youth. Moved away from Tricolour Press, from Cape and Transvaal printing, and then lost interest. But yeah, it was good fun. Every now and again I would take myself down to Kenilworth Racecourse and just have a blast of an afternoon there with a lovely lunch and play quartets, because I reckon if you're going to play quartets and you're going to win something, you know.
Well, do yourself a favour, if you've got a spare Saturday, which I don't think is too often, make your way down to Kenilworth Racecourse. The facilities have been upgraded to another level. There's a chap called Greg Borch that's heavily invested in the upgrading of the racetrack. Otherwise, they do a fantastic TV presentation on a Saturday afternoon. Great presentation team, etc. Anyway, back to the bowls. Burkett is settled down quite nicely with his line and his weight.
Little touch on that.
Very close
just
again.
Little touch, and it's definitely four. She got the jack. Oh, what a great bowl, Esme. Wow, that's a pressure bowl.
That's purely magnificent.
Yeah.
I mean, she was, in my opinion, she was a bit quick on the mat, but she pulled it off.
I think Burks would have said something along the lines of one bowl wonder, but I'm sure she can handle it.
If she fell there, if there's such a word, I mean, she would have been down 8-2 after 4.
Yeah.
You know, staring defeat in the eyes after the first set. But what a wonderful recovery. Come on, Al, are we in for another possible tiebreaker? What do you say, pal?
I mean, there's always that possibility. I'm going to back experience here. I think after the first few ends, I think Esme's played a couple of saving shots. I think Neil has been the far more consistent.
No doubt. Yeah.
So prove me wrong, Esme. I'm going to back my good mate Neil Burkett. So if you outside of South Africa, Esme was asking in Afrikaans how far her first bowl was short. See if she can make that adjustment.
I think she's overcooked it yet a little bit.
Burke sticking to the backhand.
Hold to the jack. That's good enough.
I think he got enough of it, yeah. But you can already see, Johan, the difference between Wayne at Armand's game, the speed of that green.
Yeah.
The way it was finishing now with this little bit of rain, it just hasn't got that same
finish. Yeah, it's definitely slowed down a little bit by maybe a yard or so. Trying very hard, yeah. Could be the shot. The weight going to save him, yeah?
That's good.
Yeah,
yeah, 2-0. Looks under. Yeah. Pity the weight was good.
He'll fancy himself here to perhaps get another shot. Draw it clean, set the back bowl. He's in.
Yeah.
3 great bowls from Neil.
What a servant he's been of the game, South African bowls, for many years. Back, I think the first time was 92. I think they went to Worthing, if I'm not mistaken. Somehow I think that rings a bell.
Yeah. You know, I had the pleasure, my very first African States, I was selected to lead for Neil. Never lost a game in the pairs to win the gold. What an experience.
Yeah.
You know, and talking about types of bowls, Neil at the time was the agent for Taylor Vectors, or Taylors for that matter.
Yeah.
And he opted to take these set of Vectors with him. They were ultra tight. And we got on this extremely rough green, I think it was in Gaborone. And then the day prior to the competition started, we had a practice game, and Neil, with those Vectors, couldn't get within 3 yards of the jack. And I thought, yo, here comes a lot of trouble. You know, and then it's the lead. You know, I put the lead back on the plane, or put him in the train or whatever. Anyway, Neil came out that next morning smoking. I mean, we never lost a game.
Yeah. Oh, well bowled is, mate. A little bit short, but good opener.
And then years later, Alan, I had the distinction going with Gerry and Neil to Tweed's Head for a one-off test against Australia. Neil played exceptionally well against Steve Glasson, only to lose. But I mean, Steve Glasson was just unstoppable. Myself and Gerry lost in the pairs, and then we teamed up as a trips team and we won.
I remember that.
We beat them, and that was really
watching
Neil
that,
with his last bowl had a foot to draw in to the string, and he drew it. And I must say the Aussies got behind us, and
that's unusual.
Very unusual.
In Australia.
In Australia.
Well, that is well bowled is, mate.
There was less Aussie. There was a bit more bookie.
Wow, was that in Perth?
No, at Tweeds.
Wow. Sydney?
No, on the Gold Coast.
Whatever. Sorry, Johan.
Just around the corner from, you know where the Checkers is? Alan.
Another good one.
Yeah, the great Donnie Pickett at the time unfortunately had an accident, I think a couple of weeks before the tour, and gave me an opportunity.
He gave a few guys opportunities. He gave Bobby Donnelly an opportunity also. Well played, Neil. That was the year he fell up the stairs.
I don't know if it was up or down, but he fell. Shame.
Love him. Of course, I did Commonwealth Games with Donnie, so we go back years.
Well, he at the Interdistricts the other day, he drew an absolute perler.
And he turned around to his manager, Max Hurwitz, and he said, "Blast from 94."
I don't think I played anything without Neil. That era, mid-90s. Everywhere we went together. So we did quite a few trips. Obviously Canada, Australia.
And in a typical fours game, Al, sorry for my ignorance, but would you slot in a 3 for Neil? Was that sort of the...
Then?
Yes.
No, I played second.
You played second?
I played second, yeah. No, Robbie Rayfield was our third.
He was maybe, well, he was a great second.
Well,
so they hit you at 2?
They hit me.
Okay.
They say you can always hide a third. No, Robbie was may he rest in peace. Robbie was just a lovely person to go on tour with. I'll never forget at the... That's not my phone. I'll never forget at the Commonwealth Games when Neil was just unbelievable. And you would just hear across the green, "Well bowled, Neil," in that tone all the time. "Well bowled, Neil."
After taking a puff of that cigarette of his.
Yep. And when we got to Victoria and Vancouver Island, they told us when we went to the bowls complex, which is called Wandafuka, they said there's no smoking inside the picket fence. Robbie just about lost it. But there were 4 greens inside a picket fence, and they decided to relax it a little bit, and they let him smoke inside. But yeah, and when we drew an end drink, he was on top of the world, because then he could just go up and down. Good start, Neil.
Alan, at the recent inter-districts held up in Johannesburg, I had the privilege of bumping into none other than Bill Mosley. It was lovely to see Uncle Bill.
Yeah. Belgravia.
It was at Bedford View.
Yeah, but I mean, he plays at
Yes. Don't know if he still plays. One of the two greats of the game.
Absolutely.
Absolute legend.
Yeah, in South Africa. I mean, we've got a few of them. Obviously, all of them that came out of that 1976, of which he was one of them.
I think his breakthrough came early on with that Kodak invitation.
In Worthing.
Also correct,
Worthing, yeah.
And I think he did very well.
He did.
Not an easy man on the green, but off the green, an absolute champion.
Yeah, I can recall playing in an inter-district when Western Province was still trying to win an inter-district, and we went there with a team of relative unknowns. No Burkett, no Campbell. We did have Ashley van Winkle, and we played in Durban, and we were down one morning. Just watch this shot from Esme. We were down one morning having breakfast, and Bill Mosley was sitting on his own at a table, and Western Province were all kitted out, ready to go to the club. And he actually stopped me. He said, "Alan, this is so impressive. You guys are a team. You're solid. You can see. You do everything together." And that really came from just team spirit, you know. The bend.
One a bit wider.
Lazy hand. Get a result here.
Ooh, might have made 2.
Oh dear. Can you imagine what's going on in Burke's head now?
Yeah, he's muttering. Who will forget the days of Neil skipping Smithies? They were at each other
all the time.
From the trial end.
From the get-go, the two of them were going at each other. And I tell you, it wasn't only Neil and Brian and Neil, it was Daniel Loebscher and Brian Smith.
Okay.
The two of them were also, you know, sometimes I wondered if they were actually playing the opposition or playing against themselves. It was crazy. I remember losing.
Did it ever get to you, Alan?
No.
That you just said to yourself,
No.
well, I've got better things to do than to listen
Yeah,
to this sort of
no,
nonsense all afternoon.
No, I could see the funny side of it.
Yes,
Quite
there was a bit of
honestly,
banter, good
yeah.
banter.
And that wasn't directed at and they were having a go at each other, you know. I don't think they were intending to put the opposition off. It was just the way they played the game, you know.
Well, two good players in their own right.
Oh, absolutely. And they both played South African seniors, Brian Smith and Daniel Loebscher.
Daniel Loebscher to me was a fine line bowler. He was a lefty, you recall. Played a good line, played a very good line.
No, I recall that.
Yeah.
Daniel.
So Burke's only stood down one, he won't be too unhappy. 8-4, up after 7. He's got 4 on the cushion with 2 to go.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Daniel was the type of guy that, you know, if you could bowl every hour of the day, Daniel would be there. He practiced and practiced and practiced. And he was one of those individuals where he had to work at it. You know, it didn't come easy.
Wasn't a natural, yeah.
Wasn't a natural. He had to work at his game, and in fairness, I mean, he achieved a hell of a lot in the Western Province and in Bowl South Africa, and he deserved it. The amount of time that Daniel put into the game.
You say he played SA Vet Masters?
I'm 100. Yeah, he played Veterans
Certainly
Masters.
not Open Masters.
No,
No.
he played Veterans, and he also played South Africa against Namibia, and you know those
Okay.
test matches.
Yes.
Let's see if that little fortunate result from Esme won't affect somebody like Neil.
Well, like we've said before, she you know, a 2 year will sort of give her a little
her
bit
a
of
chance.
a chance, a bit of
Yeah.
a smell.
Yeah. I think she's got another good one, yeah, if she can make the trip. Still pulling up, yeah.
So
But it's a nuisance bowl.
Yeah, there's still a bit of room for Burks. He's elected to stay on that forehand. Didn't look like he put that down well. Yeah, never came out well. Bit of a bump.
I would agree. You'd think if I'm agreeing with you, when I saw it, when he delivered it also, it wasn't that normal.
Yes. Which it's quite normal at our age, Alan. We have those every now and then. You can't expect at our age for that bowl to come out like it used to when you were in your 30s and 40s. That's better, Neil. That's a lot smoother.
Absolutely.
And he's close.
Slips that front
He's
one.
very close. Oh,
Falls
that's
on
a
the
great
back one.
bowl.
That should be
That's
enough.
magnificent.
Yeah.
That should seal the deal for the first set, Alan.
Finds the port. She's got it. Another end after this one. Eh? Is it tight enough? No,
Looking at it.
it's not going to come back. 8-5.
We'd wait for the shot.
Yeah. Rain is almost a nuisance. I mean, that's all it is. It's not doing anything. It's not affecting the bowls. But Just a very light drizzle.
Yeah, nobody's gone for the jackets yet.
No. I think the only way we know it's raining is that it's on the gazebo. We can hear a little bit of it. Looks like Tyler Pitcher took the first set on the ring next door against Miles Norman. And that win will keep him on top of the section.
Absolutely.
With Esme, I think. Yeah. Esme would have to win this game. Well bowled, Neil. It's just maybe with the green slowing down, it's picking up on that problem they had last year when you go slightly inside the line, and then didn't seem to be doing that early on.
Yeah. Neil's got that little bit of extra weight.
You can afford to give away
Absolutely.
one. He's surrounding the jack now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Alan. That experience has kicked in. Such a fierce competitor. Great bowl from Esme.
Is that two? Let's see what Derek says. Could be very interesting if this is two. One in a measure. It makes it trippy.
The set is not lost for Esme. A
No.
little trail, 6-inch trail on that jack, and she's in the pound seats, Alan.
Well, I think she should put a bowl down and go and have a look.
See how far she needs to move it by, etc. Yeah, she's a little quick on the mat.
Yeah.
I agree. Oh, I'll tell you what.
She's inside Neil's bowl.
She's very close. She's very close.
Oh,
she's played it. She's played it. That jack actually made contact with the shot bowl, the jack arm bowl, and stopped it from going through that extra bit.
Yeah. I think it could be three. It is. Great shot. Great shot, Esme Kruger.
Neil won't be short. He'll be at it.
He is. Is he under?
He's under.
He's under. Esme somehow has... She's got a peel out of the first game.
Can you believe it?
First set. Unbelievable. From nowhere.
See?
Well played, Esme. Can I change my prediction?
Another lesson to be learned. Don't tip. Don't say he sealed the deal, because he didn't.
Yeah, look, as long as you accept the fact that there are occasions you're going to be wrong. So as a selector, you know you don't always get it right. As much as you try.
We always get it right, Alan. You know that.
No.
Well,
no.
Or let me rather say, you can't keep everybody happy.
Well, that goes without saying. I mean, if you take that job on and you try to keep everybody happy, you're wasting your time. But yeah, I'd like to think we got it right all the time. Sometimes the players don't respond, but yeah.
I think two most important elements or components is transparency and honesty.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we're all just humans. You know, we can make a mistake, or we see things differently. not necessarily making a mistake.
Yeah, I just think that sometimes it's people look at selection and don't look anything much more than past the players, and sometimes it's more than players.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to look at combinations and how players will work together.
I think, as I've said before, it's almost like you've got to have that third eye, especially when it comes to identifying new talent. But it's a big responsibility, Alan, especially at national level.
Oh, for sure. Like I had a few opportunities to do the job, and it was still when I thought I was playing fairly good bowls, and I didn't want to interrupt my bowls. So I was in my 50s, and they offered me the position, and I turned it down. So.
Yeah, Neil's responded very well here. He's got
Great
fantastic weight. Yeah, Alan, over the last couple of weeks and months, I've been watching a lot of bowls, and there are times that you want to get on the green and get back in the action and enjoy the banter from the boys. She's very close.
Oh, great try.
Great weight.
Great try. Neil's opted on a couple of occasions to play this hand. Let's see if he can get it right. That seemed to be on the tight line, which maybe is a better option than going wide.
You don't want to go too wide on this hand, Neil.
No, that's why I say.
Alan.
That's why I say you learn from it.
No, his weight's superb.
Yeah.
What a great bowl.
Brilliant.
That is a great bowl.
Under. That little clap of the hands. Always wanted to ask Burks what that meant. Was it good or bad? Oh, that's brilliant, Neil. Bounces back after I'm sure the shock to the system of having peeled that first set. Esme picked up a brilliant 3. Bounces back with a 3 of his own. I don't know if Johan got upset with something I said, but he's left the commentary box. Otherwise he's just going to the loo. Excuse that little quiet. Just trying to get back into the YouTube link and see if there are any comments. Yeah, I suppose it was only a matter of time before Jeff Newcomb posted a comment. He's actually not far away from me, Jeff. I don't know if I speak a bit louder. Neil, he's basically saying you must tighten up a little bit, no? From the coach, Jeff Newcomb.
Okay.
How are you keeping, Jeff? I hope all good. Oh, guys, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but the question keeps coming back. Good shot from... Oh, she sold it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Neil's holding one.
I don't know if I'm repeating myself, but even Barnard has actually said go to the Fairtree Bowlsmaster app for live scores and logs. So I've been there. It gives you everything, all the scores, the ones that were played through the day, current scores. It gives everything. It's a marvelous app. And 2 shots to Neil. Can Esme Drew draw the shot? Yeah, it's on its way. Just going to run through it. Yeah, I just ran through a bit. 2-0. Yeah, thank you, Sean. I'm glad you're enjoying the bowls. We're certainly enjoying bringing it to you. Once again, Cape Town Bowls Talking Heads. You'll find them on YouTube. And Johan and myself are trying our very best, I can promise you, to try and keep it interesting. It's not easy because off the commentary we don't really get on, but obviously for the purpose of the That was a combination, eh? France and Dries.
As a playing pair.
No, but as brothers. I mean,
they didn't play all that much.
No, but I mean,
together.
as 2 brothers. I mean, both both into bowls, and Dries was involved on the coaching side at one stage, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was
South Africa.
National coach for a couple of years.
And France du Plessis with his collar up and sleeves rolled up, just one roll, and I mean, he was a character of note.
Don't be short of me, son.
Don't be short of me, son.
Tough as nails.
Yeah, of course, France also started down here in Cape Town.
I think he was at Mowbray.
Mowbray and Marist were the 2 clubs he played. Slow down.
No, she's corrected her weight very nicely.
That's enough. Well bowled. Well bowled. I think Neil's found this little holding backhand now and sticking to it. He gets inside his bowl.
So, Esme is holding.
Yeah. What's he going to do yet? Yeah.
Well, let's see if Neil might just change his hand now. He's opted to stay on that backhand. So
Looking just to get under that short bowl.
Play with more weight onto the bowl.
Yep. Yeah, he knew that could be the one downside of opting for that hand. He's turned his own bowl out, and I think Esme's now lying 2. don't think she's quite got the running. Definitely 2.
Brings a glitter of hope back into the set.
Absolutely.
Looks like Tyler is running away with this game. Won the first set and he's up 9-1 in the second. And that's against Miles Norman.
Yeah. I think Davy O'Hearn is... he lost the first set and 9-1 down. Are you looking at... Oh, they're both 9-1. Both green and 9, red's 1. It's virtually a carbon copy. They're identical. I was very pleased to bump into old Desi Rosenblatt today. I haven't seen her since I played Masters back in the Rinderpest. What a lovely young lady.
Yeah, from the club Kruger in Quebec. A real fighter. Somebody that you really want in your team. The chips are down. Lovely personality.
Lovely, lovely girl.
Always a smile on her dial.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's that you miss when you get out of the going to play in nationals and inter-districts, is that that friendship that you over the years you build, and then you don't see them for a year, and then you come back together again, and you play it tough on the green, but you're always happy to have a little tipple afterwards.
Absolutely, Alan.
Talk about the match and talk about the past and reminisce.
Yeah, and the birds and the bees.
Yep.
So Alan, excuse me if I've asked you this question, but going back into the sort of 70s, 80s and maybe even early 90s, the era of the Watsons, the Mosleys, the Gattys, the Rayfields, the Campbells, the list goes on and on, Ashley van Winkel, Cyril Lahana, etc. Who in your opinion, who was, maybe a bit of an unfair question, but who was the one player that really brought tears to your eyes?
Look, at some stage in my early career I played against all of them. My first interprovincial I was playing third against Nanda Gatti, so very fortunate that I caught them towards possibly the end of their careers.
What a character on the green, what a character.
Yeah,
played for the crowd, flamboyant, always
Yeah.
neatly dressed in his cream, that's how I remember him, with a cigar in his mouth.
Yeah, that happened to be a JBA thing. They never went white, they were always cream in those days.
Really?
Always looked smart,
Okay.
yeah, always very smart. But I think if I've got to answer your question, I don't think you need to look further than Doug Watson.
Yes.
I think Dougie Watson did so much for the game of bowls. I mean, if you think of world bowls, and obviously they all 5 of them played their part. But I think Dougie Watson was the one, for whatever reason. There was an aura, there was something about him. And I think he made a huge change to the game. I think a lot of people...
Massive.
Yeah. I think a lot of people started playing after 1976. I think there was a huge growth in the game of bowls.
Big introvert.
Yeah. Now I played against Dougie a couple of times, and like to think I competed for Bowl Neil. Bill was like, he was the type of guy that was quite happy to be on his own. Very difficult. I think in today's, the way selection is done and all that sort of thing, maybe he was almost one of the reasons why you would leave him out the side, because he wasn't a team man. But that might be the case, but as a bowler he was phenomenal.
Yeah, I echo what you say, Alan. Francie always asked Frans du Plessis that question many times, and there's no doubt in his mind that Dougie was just at his best. He was just that notch better than the other guys. But growing up into the game and watching those sort of players perform at national level at the Masters, etc., Bill Mosley to me was my sort of icon. He was the sort of guy that I just was sort of fascinated by. This chap, the way he walked, the way he played bowls, the way he dressed, just stood out for me. It's fortunate, very fortunate towards the end of Dougie Watson's career. He retired, as you know, at Margate, where my late father Dries was the president. And I happened to play a couple of sort of bounce games, Wednesday afternoon games with Dougie leading for him, which was an absolute privilege and an honour.
Unreal. Love it.
Then I got into trouble with him one afternoon. My late father said I can park there, it's Dougie's parking, but he's not coming through this afternoon. So I parked there. It was on holiday. And Dougie arrived. And he called me into the clubhouse and he said, let me tell you, my boy, what the rules are. So
now, if you look back at some of those pictures of that 1976 side, and you see old Kevin Campbell with his afro.
Oh yes, yeah, and his brown shoes.
Yeah. Now Neil's opening up a bit of a gap here. They loved Dougie up in Joburg. I mean, he was a hero in that Johannesburg and surrounds that area. I mean, I remember playing one Masters and he was involved, and they just loved Dougie. I mean, can understand why.
Yeah, and if memory serves me correct, he became good friends with Graham Pollock, and they were two interesting chaps to chat to, as a pair, in the pub afterwards and so on.
Looking good, yeah, Esme.
No, it's good.
He's quite enjoying this forehand coming this way.
Absolutely.
Playing some good stuff.
Not out of it. Scores on it. No, there's a couple of instances. It's a long way to go.
Well, I thought she was out of it in the first set.
Yes, yeah, so did I. Proved us both wrong.
What's your weight like here, Neil?
Oh, he's good.
What's your weight like here, Neil?
Not a good bowl, not a bad bowl, but not a bowl of value.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Absolutely. Just makes the next one a little bit trickier
absolutely.
for him.
Yeah. And
he doesn't want to touch it.
It's got more value to it.
Absolutely, that's fine. The gap. I say he's got a chance of getting his bowl, or the rain's being unkind to us here, but it's coming in. It's
Got another angle.
it's not going to come back.
Oh,
He obviously wanted to play with that weight.
Absolutely. What a legend he became in Australia.
Yeah.
And in Hong Kong. I love him in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Jackie Wong and company.
Yeah. Well, irrespective of Neil on the green and the qualities he's got on the green, he's a great storyteller.
Yes.
I mean, I've been at clubs like Western Province Cricket Club when Neil was there, and everybody just gathers around him. The storytelling, and Cricket Club decided that they no longer required his services, and that's when he moved over to Oz. And I don't think it really benefited Western Province, quite honestly. What you looking at, Neil? Give us a hint, mate.
Alan, I remember playing Neil one year in the Masters at Edenvale at the SA Masters, and I was up a couple of shots, and both Francis and my dad, Dries, was there watching the game, and I was really playing well, and I got a little rubble for ball, and Neil gave me a look, and that was the whole game just changed right from that moment.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a
hallelujah.
No, it was a nice week. Neil didn't think so, and he sort of, he just had to give me the look.
Yeah.
And that was me.
No, I've been there. Close. Slip.
Used to slip.
Yeah, I think her weight was
Weight
good.
wasn't bad, Alan.
She slipped
Yeah.
it, she was good.
All right, well,
Yeah.
she stays within at 6-3 after 5. Those bowls all look similar.
They do, eh? Now, I was looking at them just now when you were saying Tyler Pitcher's playing well, and it wasn't Tyler's ball that was on the jack. We did the under-30s last year at Glen. Dan Vaughan played Armand Ascaray in the final. It was a very good game of bowls. And Miles Norman's daughter was there,
Okay.
who's really relatively new to the game. And I think everybody was so impressed with his young girl's demeanour and the way she played the game. I think it was like her first major tournament, and she really played well. I think she's had a few physical problems, been through operations. I had a chat to him at lunchtime, and he says she's going to come through that and we'll be back. She played a few Muta games, the league in Cape Town. She couldn't play both days, which is this year they decided on Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning, double headers. And she physically wasn't up for it, but there's one to look out for. Any other lady selectors? This is my tip for 2025.
Great. Neil's been very good with his weight throughout the game. He's been consistent. He's hardly had a bad end.
Yeah.
Might just be too quick to come back. Yeah.
Esme's held her own. I mean, it hasn't been a mismatch. She's played.
Oh, well, to be
really
expected,
well.
She's played at a very high level for many years. Lots of experience. You won't be happy with that.
Esme switching to her forehand. She's going to bend back.
Yeah, she's
going
got
to
the
bend
weight.
back. She's
very close, Alan.
She's got it. Didn't stay with it. I think Neil might still be holding.
Yeah.
She got that in the teeth.
Oh. Because ultimately, I mean, that's what she's looking for. She's looking for a double number. Neil's weight like here.
No.
Not up to it. Well, she's got a chance. She can, even 1 year is good. But a touch on the jack, slight movement.
Yeah.
That'll be the bonus.
Yeah, on that bowl of Neil's, people watching at home might say, wow, that's a real poor bowl. Well, we've seen a lot of players do that today, so there's something there. You go a little bit wide.
Oh, well, she's very close here, Alan. very, very close. She's drawn the shot. What a great shot. She had the right sort of weight to make three.
Oh,
no, he's up.
He's not up. He's not up.
Hasn't got the weight. I don't know, I wonder if she's made maybe two out of it. You know, with that slight movement on the jack, this back bowl.
Whatever it is, it looks like Neil's conceding. Oh, he hasn't moved the other balls. Okay. One.
In for a good finish here, Alan. 6-4 to Burks after 6.
What about another peel? Eh?
Oh.
I don't think you'll get many of those, but that will be interesting. First game up tomorrow, Jason against Nick. Jason Evans, Nick Rustling. On paper, that should be a brilliant game. Second game up, Sean Thomas, Johnny De Sousa. As I said to Sean, it won't be a quiet game. Mr. Bowles against Portugal.
I had a chat to Sean early on, and on his own admission, Alan, he wasn't, he's gone off form, didn't have a good inter-district. But somehow, you know, these greens have allowed him to find his rhythm again. He was quite happy with his morning game. You know, form is temporary, as you know.
Of course. Ismail's played this forehand very well.
Very well, yeah.
I mean, it's okay, a couple of feet here and there, but never far away.
Neil's close here. He put that down very nicely.
Yep.
Drawn the shot. Great weight.
Once again, the line was good. I think it falls in. Left.
So Neil's got Tyler pitcher tomorrow. Right? Still got to play Tyler.
I think he lost to Tyler.
Oh, you did?
I think he lost to Tyler. I'm sure Neil lost his first game and it would have been to Tyler. Neil's good again, yeah. Well, if it's not in, it might be nuisance value. I can have a quick check, Johan.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, then it opens up the section. I think so. I think he won his game. Could be wrong. Oh. Chance here, Neil's got there's a bit of room here to draw two or turn his bowl in for another. His weight looks pretty good. He's done exactly that. He's possibly made three, Alan.
Now Gerry's taken
Section
control.
14.
Yeah. He's Just going through the results.
So he lost
Yep.
to Tyler.
Yep. So that loss to Tyler in the first game could prove very damaging.
And Tyler's got to play Esme.
Yeah. It could open up the section.
Absolutely. This is where shots can come into play here in a big way.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, definitely.
Two's out. I know they're measuring for 3. Two shots.
Sure, Pam will be happy at home. Her passport's ready for collection. Off to the UK in May.
Wife Kathy had hers renewed. She received hers a couple of days ago, so she'll be off to Hong Kong while I go to the Nationals.
Where's Nationals headquarters?
Quebec.
Port Elizabeth?
Yeah.
Quebec. Tyler's playing well. Tyler's just won his game, so he's moves to the top of that section. 2 for 2. Should be enough for a shot, eh? Ball for ball, heads are changing.
Not done yet. You'll need to get another bowl in there. There's no doubt that Neil is steering that bowl down.
Yep. Just not going to come back, just over the weight, a little bit too much weight. Neil's definitely got 2 seconds, I would say. Yeah.
At least. Giving it a little extra line and he's pretty close. Left it.
Yeah.
Dead draw will do it, Alan. Got the line.
It's a little rub. Oh, she needed that one, eh? Ryan? She needed that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 8-6 against 8-5, big difference. Playing the last end.
You know, again, surprisingly, she didn't go up.
Yeah.
Have a good look.
Yeah.
Visualize it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's something you picked up earlier on, and she's done it a few times. She's with the last bowl in her hand, and maybe take your time and just go and have a look. See exactly how far the bowls are away. I know you only sit 30 meters away, but still, maybe you get a bit different perspective if you go to the head and see the way the bowls are lying. She's in the ditch here. No.
Well, and if you look at Esme's delivery, I mean, she's reached the back end of her career, but it's still silky smooth. It's a solid delivery.
Yeah.
Can't fault it too much.
No, it's never changed over the
Yeah.
years. And, yeah, no, extremely focused individual, Esme. It's put a hell of a lot into the game, and she's got a return for that.
Bit of a change of length here. They've gone a bit longer. Is that your butcher?
It's Mr. Barker. Played everything together with Graham. He's obviously wanting to know what the scores are. Well, bowl nil.
He's just played a corker.
Yep. And that's nice to see. Esme gave a little clap there and well bowled.
Absolutely. Not out of it.
No,
a bit
not
of
at
movement
all.
on
No,
the jack.
she gets the jack now.
Playing with that sort of weight.
It's a tight line. She's gonna hold.
She's under.
It's gonna hold.
She's under.
Yeah. On that hand, if you're going to miss it, unfortunately, that's where you got to be. You go fraction wide, then it won't come back. Neil will put something at the back here.
Well, that's really the game. I mean, at best you can get a triple.
Neil, have you learned nothing? Years and years and years I tried to teach this guy the game. I'm sure you'll agree with me, Jeff. That's Jeff Newcomb.
Okay.
And now she's gone too wide. Yep. Neil.
Right, this is for the shot aggregate.
Yeah, that's it. You think, well, the game's over, but Neil gets another shot here. You never know. Everybody ends up equal on points. Right. That's just about it for the day, guys. That's 4 games. Johan, thanks very much for
Alan.
that.
Very enjoyable.
It's not bad from 9 o'clock through to what's the time now? It's a long stint. You can go and do your interview.
Thanks very much.
Just try and get your act together tomorrow, mate. Now that he's left the booth, I can say that. What do you say, Cole? Right, everyone, from my side, that's farewell until tomorrow. We'll see you again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Just to remind you, Jason Evans against Nick Rusling. Then we go Sean Thomas, Johnny D'Souza. And then we get into our first pairs games, which is Tinus Ulis, Warren Stein, playing against Matthews Piri and Jenny Jones. Late game was next up Ben Gurik and Wayne Perry playing against Colin Pickett and Petra Breer. Please tune in tomorrow again. I hope you've enjoyed the streaming. Once again, thank you to Cape Town Bowls Talking Head. Thank you to Fairtree. Thank you to Durbanville Bowling Club. and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Ricky, if I can have you.
Yeah, here I am. Well done, Neil.
Thank you.
Well done. That opens the section. I thought you played very well. Your weight control was fairly consistent. I think Esme, you'll agree with me. In that first set, she came back to peel it.
A good shot, but it happens, you know.
And then you were off to a good start in the second set, and the experience and that, as I said, that good weight control just got you over.
Yeah, well, you know, you're playing against Esme, who's sort of one of the best in the country, so, you know, you've got to sort of concentrate a bit. Yeah.
Neil, how did the rain affect the speed? It certainly looked from the commentary box like it certainly slowed her down by maybe a big yard or two.
Well, it's a little slower than the sea green, but no, the speed was very good.
Anyway, Neil, as I said, it's an absolute honour and a privilege to have you here, and good luck for the rest. Well done. Well played.
Thank you.